Welcome to Horror Drift Stories. Before we start, tell me where you're listening from tonight. If you like slow, atmospheric horror, don't forget to like and subscribe. And just a small note, you might hear a few ads at the beginning, but after the first 10 minutes, it's completely ad-free. So, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let's begin. Story 1. The sun was going down, staining the sky a dusty orange, and I was walking alone through one of the worst parts of town. It wasn't just poor. It was abandoned in a way that felt personal. Like the city itself had decided this area wasn't worth keeping alive. Storefront windows were shattered and left that way. Sheets of plywood covered some of the openings. But most places didn't even have that. Trash rolled across the street in the wind like tumbleweed, catching on broken curbs and then tumbling free again. What struck me most was what I didn't see. No crowds, no cars, no neighbors on porches. Not even the usual people you expect in a place that's been left to rot. No dealers posted up on corners. No desperate figures moving between doorways. No roaming addicts looking for a reason to talk to anyone. It was like even they couldn't stand being here. The whole neighborhood had the quiet, watchful feel of a building after hours. Not peaceful. More like the kind of quiet that makes you check behind you without meaning to. I told myself I was only cutting through because it was faster. That was true, technically, but it wasn't the real reason. The real reason was harder to explain. I'd had a long day. I wanted to feel something other than normal. Sometimes walking through a place like that makes you feel awake, like you've stepped out of routine. It can make you appreciate your own life, or it can remind you how thin the line is. Either way, it's a jolt. I had my hands in my pockets, head slightly down, moving at a steady pace like I belonged there. I didn't, but I'd learned that looking confident was often enough. That was why it surprised me so much to see a street performer. Not just any performer either. A magician. He stood near the mouth of an alley where the last bit of daylight angled between two buildings. At first I thought it was some kind of mannequin or a weird decoration left behind. Nobody dressed like that here. He wore a tall black top hat and a flowing red cape that looked too clean for the neighborhood, like it had never been dragged through real life. His clothes were dark beneath the cape, tailored in a way that didn't match the surroundings at all. He was tall, not freakishly tall, but right at the edge of what you'd call normal, and the way he held himself made him look taller. He leaned forward slightly, shoulders narrow, limbs long, his posture reminding me of a stick insect trying to pretend it was a branch. His face was pale, his features neat and composed, as if he'd stepped out of a different time. I felt my stomach tighten with that automatic animal instinct that says, something is wrong here. I did what I always do when something feels wrong in a city. I pretended I didn't see him. I kept walking, eyes forward, pace steady, as if he was just another bit of broken scenery. Then, without raising his voice, he said, "Would you like to see a magic trick?" It had that smooth, old-fashioned tone you hear in recordings from decades ago, like an announcer on an old radio show. Crisp, polished, almost cheerful, and completely out of place in the empty street. I didn't answer. I kept walking. A few seconds passed. I told myself that would be the end of it. People get ignored all the time. Even friendly people. Especially friendly people. Then he said it again. A little more stern this time. Like the question wasn't really a question. Would you like to see a magic trick? I didn't turn around, but I felt him behind me, as if he was standing at my shoulder. I felt the attention of his eyes on the back of my head, and I became very aware of how quiet everything else was. My feet sounded loud. My breathing sounded loud. I think I sped up without meaning to. Then his voice came again, closer now, and different. Not louder, but heavier, like the words carried more weight than they should. I know you like magic tricks. That stopped me. It wasn't the line itself. It was the certainty in it, the familiarity. He didn't sound like he was guessing. He sounded like he was stating a fact about me, like we'd met before, and I'd simply forgotten. I tried to keep walking. For another step or two, I actually did. Then I heard myself speak, like my mouth had made the decision before my brain could catch up. "Fine," I said. I turned to face him. Up close, he looked even stranger, not because he was ugly or deformed, but because everything about him looked too deliberate. His hair was perfect, the kind of hair you'd see in a shampoo commercial or an actor's headshot. Smooth, styled, not a strand out of place. His skin didn't show the small flaws people usually have. He didn't look airbrushed exactly. He looked curated. He seemed pleased with himself, like I'd done exactly what he expected. "I am going to pull a rabbit out of my hat," he said. The way he said it was so calm and official that it almost made me want to laugh. In that neighborhood, with broken glass and boarded windows, it sounded ridiculous, like announcing you were going to serve tea at a crime scene. "Go on," I said, and to my surprise, I realized I meant it. I was paying attention now, fully. The fear was still there, but curiosity had shoved its way in front. He lifted his tall black top hat off his head with a slow, practiced motion. Under it, his hair remained perfect, not flattened at all. That should have been my first clue that normal rules weren't being respected. He held the hat with one hand and slid his other hand inside. White glove, clean, bright against the dark interior. He reached deeper, deeper than he should have been able to. His arm disappeared up to the wrist, then the forearm, then the elbow. He didn't stop. He kept going, slowly, smoothly, without strain. His sleeve went in. His elbow vanished. Then his upper arm. When he reached shoulder deep into the hat, my brain stuttered. I couldn't reconcile what I was seeing. The hat wasn't wide enough. It wasn't tall enough. The angle wasn't right. There was nowhere for his arm to go, and yet it went. I stared hard at the hat, waiting for the trick to reveal itself, waiting to see a flap, a hidden opening, some kind of collapsible false bottom. Nothing moved. Nothing shifted. The hat didn't bulge. It didn't change shape. It didn't even wobble in his grip like something heavy was inside it. His gloved fingers grasped something, and then he pulled. A white rabbit came out. Not a toy, not a stuffed animal. A real rabbit. Its ears flicked. Its nose twitched. Its eyes were glossy and alive. It kicked gently as he lifted it free, then jumped from his hand onto the ground. For a second, the rabbit just sat there, as confused as I was. Then it hopped away, disappearing into the mouth of an alley, like it had somewhere important to be. The rabbit should have been the impressive part. It wasn't. I couldn't stop looking at the hat. I couldn't stop thinking about his arm. "How did you do that?" I blurted. He smiled. A magician never reveals his secrets. "No," I said too fast, too intense. "I mean, where did your arm go? Your hat is long, sure, but your arm is more than twice as long as the hat. Where did it go? How?" My voice sounded shaky, and I hated that. I tried to force myself to slow down, to sound normal, but I couldn't. He kept smiling, the same polite, rehearsed smile. A magician never reveals his secrets. It made me angry in a sudden, irrational way, not just because he wouldn't answer, but because his refusal felt like it was hiding something bigger than a simple trick, like he was withholding basic information about reality, and he knew it. "Can you do another magic trick?" I heard myself ask. The moment I said it, I realized why I'd asked. If he did it again, I could watch more closely. I could catch the moment where logic broke. I could find the seam. His expression changed. The smile faded. His mouth became a straight line, and for the first time, he looked genuinely displeased, like I'd asked him to do something rude. "No," he said. I stared at him. "No?" "Only one trick," he said, shaking his head slightly, as if the rule wasn't his choice, but it was firm. "Why only one?" I asked. I expected some cheesy answer, something theatrical, something about saving the best for later. Instead, he looked at me like I was a child asking why fire was hot. "If you see only one magic trick," he said, "you can convince yourself it is fake. You can tell yourself it was a trick of the light, a hidden compartment, a distraction. Your mind can protect itself." I didn't like the way he said protect. "But if you saw more than one," he let the sentence hang. "What?" I asked. "If I saw more than one, what?" No joking now. No performance voice. Just a flat certainty that made me feel small. "You would understand," he said, "permanently, that nothing is real." The sentence landed in my chest like a weight. For a moment, the street seemed to tilt, not physically, but in the way your perspective shifts when you suddenly realize you've been wrong about something basic. I wanted to laugh it off. I wanted to tell myself he was just a creepy guy with a practiced act, but my eyes kept returning to the hat. I kept seeing his arm sliding in, impossibly far, like the hat was a doorway to somewhere else. Without another word, the magician placed the tall black top hat back on his head. He adjusted it with a small, precise motion, like a person straightening a tie. Then he turned and started to walk away down the empty street, his red cape flowing behind him. I watched him go, and something in me finally kicked into alarm. The delayed reaction, the part of my brain that had been frozen, finally started moving again. I looked around wildly, hoping to see anyone else, anyone who could confirm what I'd just witnessed. A passerby, a driver, somebody leaning out of a window. A witness to anchor me to normal life. There was nobody. Of course there wasn't. I looked back at the magician, and he was gone. Not walking away in the distance. Not turned down another street. Not hiding behind a car. Gone like he'd never existed at all. The street lay empty in front of me, washed in dim sunset, and I stood there staring at the space he'd occupied, my heart beating hard enough to hurt. I was alone. I walked home after that, though I can't tell you how I got there. I remember small pieces, passing a chain-link fence, stepping around a broken bottle, hearing a dog bark far away, but the whole walk felt like it happened behind glass, like I was watching someone else do it. There's a specific feeling you get after a near-death experience. Not just fear. Something stranger. Like your body survived, but your mind hasn't caught up, and everything feels slightly unreal for hours afterward. Colors seem too bright or too dull. Sounds seem too sharp. You keep replaying the moment in your head, over and over, trying to find the point where things could have gone differently. I've been in one serious car accident in my life, years before this, and the aftermath felt exactly like that. I remember sitting on the curb after the crash, staring at my hands, thinking, I'm still here. That doesn't make sense. That isn't supposed to happen, and yet it did. That's how I felt after The Magician. Like I'd barely avoided something I didn't understand. Like I'd stepped to the edge of a cliff in the dark and only realized it when gravel slipped under my shoe. And the worst part was that the feeling didn't fade. It stayed. Years passed after that evening, and it still stayed. It wasn't constant, not always at the front of my mind, but it sat behind everything like a low hum. I would be at work, answering emails, smiling at the right moments, and suddenly I'd remember the hat and the arm and the way his eyes looked when he said nothing is real. Then the world would go thin for a second, like the surface of things had lost thickness. Sometimes I'd catch myself staring at normal objects, my coffee mug, a traffic light, my own reflection in a window, waiting for them to do something impossible, waiting for them to reveal that they weren't what I thought. I tried to tell myself it was just anxiety, just stress, just some weird memory that got stuck and grew teeth. But the memory didn't behave like normal memories. Normal memories blur around the edges. This one stayed sharp. Then came tonight. Right now, I'm sitting alone in my small bad apartment, the kind of place you end up in when life has gradually narrowed and you don't notice until you're living inside the result. The air smells faintly like old cooking oil and cheap detergent. There are dishes in my sink that I keep telling myself I'll wash. The living room light flickers sometimes because the landlord never fixes anything unless you threaten him. And someone is banging on my door. Hard. Not polite knocking. Not a neighbor. Not a delivery. A fist, or something heavy, hitting the wood in a steady rhythm that makes my stomach clench each time. A man's voice calls out, "FBI, open up." The first time I heard it, I thought it had to be a mistake. The second time, I felt that old near-death feeling wash through me like cold water. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I'm supposed to have done. I'm not some criminal mastermind. I'm not even interesting. That's what makes it so terrifying. There's no story in my head that explains why the FBI would be at my door. But I have a strong, sick certainty that if I open that door, or if they break it down, I'm not coming back for a long time. And I know, in the same way you know you're about to throw up before you do, that it's connected to the magician. I can't explain the connection. I can't draw a clean line between a rabbit in an alley and federal agents at my apartment. But the feeling is there, and it's the same feeling I had when he vanished. Like I'd stepped into the wrong reality, and only now someone has noticed. The pounding comes again, the voice again, sharper. Open the door. I'm sitting here listening, trying to decide what's real. Because there's another thought, quieter but worse than all the others. What if they aren't the FBI? What if there's something wearing the idea of the FBI the same way that man wore a hat and a cape? What if opening the door is agreeing to the trick? I haven't moved yet. My hand keeps hovering near the doorknob, then pulling back. My heart keeps racing, then slowing, like my body can't decide whether to run or freeze. I guess the reason I'm still here, waiting, is because I'm trying to figure out one last thing. Whether they're real, or whether this is the second trick. Story 2. This happened last semester at a small college I go to that I won't name. Mostly because I still have to take classes there, and I don't want anyone putting pieces together. I'm not trying to start rumors, and I'm definitely not trying to get pulled into an office to talk about what I posted online. I also know how this sounds. If I were reading it from someone else, I'd assume it was a creepy story, meant to scare people who hate late-night campus vibes. The problem is, I can still hear those lights, that low buzzing that fills up the empty parts of a building when everyone's gone. Not a normal electrical hum either. This was sharper, like it had texture to it. Like if you ran a wet finger around the lip of a balloon and made that squealing sound, except slower and lower and constant, like the building was doing it on purpose. It started out completely normal though, which is what makes it worse. Normal is what makes you drop your guard. I was in my dorm room with my roommate, killing time after finishing work for other classes. We were playing Super Mario World on his old Super Nintendo setup. He'd brought the console from home and hooked it up to a small TV. It was one of those nights where you're tired but not tired enough to sleep. And the easiest thing in the world is to sit there and run through the same levels you've played 100 times. Then both our phones buzzed within a few seconds of each other. A reminder for Professor Keller's class. Professor Keller was one of those instructors everyone basically liked. He wasn't a hard ass. He wasn't cold. He wasn't the type to act like teaching was some kind of war. He was just there in a normal way. He'd go off topic sometimes and talk about random stuff, but it never felt creepy. It felt like the kind of small talk adults do when they're trying to keep a class from falling asleep. A few days earlier, we'd gotten an email saying there would be a late-night session for extra credit. The time was 10:30 p.m. I remember reading that email and thinking it was annoying, but also kind of funny. College does weird things. People schedule things at odd times. You shrug and show up if you want the points. Looking back, yeah, that should have been the first red flag. Extra credit at 10:30 at night isn't normal, even for college. But it was in an official email. It was from Keller's address. It wasn't full of typos. It looked real. So we went. Only 8 of us showed up. We got there early, around 10:20, because my roommate and I figured if this was going to mess with our night, we might as well get it over with as fast as possible. Campus at night is a different place. During the day, there are people everywhere, and it feels loud even when it isn't. At night, the paths look longer, the trees look taller, and the buildings look like they're watching you. The lighting was dim, like some of the lamps were half dead. The shadows under the trees weren't soft, they were thick. The air felt heavier than it should have, even for a warm night. And that buzzing was already there in the building, before we even found the classroom. When we got inside, a few students were already sitting down. Everyone was quiet. It wasn't like the usual before-class vibe where people talk about assignments, or complain about food, or scroll through TikTok out loud. This was different. People were on their phones, yeah, but it was the kind of scrolling you do when you're trying not to look around too much. Like if you stare at your screen, you can pretend the room is normal. Nobody spoke to each other, not even the people who were clearly friends. My roommate and I sat near the front because we always did. Ethan, the class president, was there too. Ethan was one of those students who actually cared about rules and schedules. He was organized, always reminding people about deadlines. Always the one sending emails that started with, "Just a reminder." He looked uncomfortable. At exactly 10:30, Professor Keller walked in. And that's when my roommate and I really felt it. That immediate wrongness. Not like a sudden jump scare. More like something quietly snapping into place. Professor Keller didn't greet anyone. No, "Hey guys." No thanks for coming. No smile. No jokes. No roll call. He didn't even look around the room in that normal way teachers do when they're checking who showed up. He just walked in and went straight to the front, like the class was already halfway over. My roommate, trying to be normal, asked him how his day was going. Professor Keller turned his head and stared at him. It wasn't the annoyed look a professor gives when a student is being dumb. It wasn't tired either. It was a flat stare, like he wasn't sure what a question was supposed to do. like my roommate had spoken a language he recognized, but didn't fully understand. My roommate tried again, because he's the kind of person who thinks he can smooth over awkward moments by talking through them. He said something like, "Wonderful weather we're having." I cringed so hard, I whispered for him to shut up, not because I thought he was doing anything wrong, but because the room felt like it was balanced on a thin edge, and talking felt like pushing it. Professor Keller didn't react. He didn't even blink the way you'd expect. He just turned away and walked to the board. He moved a little too quickly, not running, but like he had somewhere to be, like the rest of the room didn't matter. He picked up a marker and started writing, and the sound of the marker was wrong. It was louder than it should have been, the squeak echoing around the classroom, like the room was huge. But it wasn't a big room. It was a normal classroom with normal walls. The acoustics didn't match. It was like the sound had extra space to travel through. He wrote for a few seconds, and then he said, "Open your notebooks." We did. Automatically. But when he spoke, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. His voice didn't match his mouth. He opened his mouth first, and then the sound came out a beat later, like the audio was delayed. It wasn't a big delay, but it was noticeable if you were paying attention. Just enough to make your brain do a small stumble. My roommate and I looked at each other, silently asking the same question. "Are you seeing this?" We didn't say anything. Nobody did. 10 minutes passed like that. No lecture. No explanation. Professor Keller kept writing things on the board, lines and words that didn't stick in my head because I was too busy watching how he moved. He was stiff, but not like someone who was nervous, more like someone who had learned the shape of a human body, but wasn't comfortable in it. The silence was total. Then Ethan finally broke it. He'd been looking at his phone for a long time. Too long, the way you stare when you're rereading something and hoping it changes. Professor," Ethan said. Keller didn't respond. He kept writing like he hadn't heard. Ethan swallowed and said, "I just got a message from you." That did it. Professor Keller stopped writing. He didn't turn around. He just stood there facing the board, marker still in his hand, and he asked, "What does it say?" The same delayed voice. Mouth first. Sound after. Like watching a video, with the audio slightly out of sync. Ethan hesitated. I think he wanted someone else to speak, someone else to take the weight of it, but nobody did. So he read the message out loud. "Hey, I am sorry, but I won't be able to make it tonight. I've been homesick all day," my roommate whispered, barely moving his lips. "Yeah, okay. That's not funny." It wasn't even framed like a joke. It was too plain, too direct. It didn't have that tone professors use when they're messing with students. Professor Keller turned his head slightly, still not facing us fully, and smiled. I'd never seen him smile like that. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't awkward. It wasn't even smug. It was a smile that looked practiced, like something pulled upward into the shape of a smile, without any reason behind it. And it didn't fade. It just stayed there, fixed on his face like it was glued on. He stood quietly, smiling at the board, waiting for Ethan to say something else, like this was a normal back and forth. Ethan pushed his chair back and stood up. His voice was tight, but calm, like he was forcing it to be calm. "Okay," he said. "I think we should just head out." It was such a weird thing to hear in a college classroom. Students don't just announce they're leaving like that, not unless they're trying to make a point. But Ethan didn't sound like he was making a point. He sounded like he was making a decision. And the strangest part is nobody argued. Nobody asked, "Are you serious?" Nobody tried to laugh it off. Everyone started grabbing their things. Professor Keller didn't stop them. He didn't ask where they were going. He didn't say, "Sit down." He didn't even look offended. He just watched and smiled. One by one, people left, slowly, carefully, like they were afraid sudden movement would trigger something. Like you move slowly around a dog you don't trust. My roommate leaned close to me and whispered, "Something's really wrong." I didn't answer, because there was nothing to answer. I agreed. My whole body agreed. When the third student reached the door, Professor Keller finally spoke again. "Don't forget your homework." The student paused, turned halfway around, and said, confused, "I'm not Daniel." I don't know why he said it. Maybe Keller had called him Daniel. Maybe Keller had said Daniel under his breath. Maybe the student just felt like correcting something to prove he was still in control of reality. Professor Keller's smile widened a fraction. "Not a lot, just enough." Ethan spoke again, louder this time. "Everybody, just go. Now." That broke whatever slow spell we'd been in. People started moving faster. My roommate and I stood up too, backpacks in hand, and headed for the door. And then, behind us, I heard Keller's voice, very quiet. "Stay seated." It wasn't shouted. It wasn't even harsh. It was just a statement. And the worst part is, my body listened to it before my brain argued. My roommate and I sat back down. Not slowly, not like we chose to, like our knees unlocked and folded, and the chair caught us. The rest of the class kept leaving. The door opened and shut. Footsteps faded down the hall, and suddenly the room was almost empty. Just Ethan, my roommate, and me sitting near the front. Professor Keller didn't move. He didn't walk toward us. He didn't even look at us. He just stared at the empty classroom with that too wide smile, like he was pleased to have the room to himself. Ethan didn't sit still. He stood up, careful, like he was testing whether he was allowed to. He backed toward the door with small steps. "I'm not staying here," he said. He reached for the handle. He pulled. Nothing. He tried again, harder. Then he looked at his hands like they had betrayed him. "Are my palms sweaty or something? Why is it not opening?" Professor Keller said, "Sit down." It happened the same way it happened to us. Not like a decision. Like a command had reached into his muscles and moved them. I didn't see Keller lock the door. I didn't see him press a button or turn a key. But the door was locked, and we were stuck. I tried to stand. I swear I tried. My brain told my legs to move, and the message just didn't complete itself. It was like the idea of standing up didn't fully become real. Like my body was waiting for permission from the room. Professor Keller spoke again, still not looking at us. "Attendance is not complete." My eyes dropped to the desk at the front of the room, and I noticed something I hadn't noticed before. The teacher's desk wasn't sitting right on the floor. There was a gap under it. Not a shadow. A real gap, like the desk was slightly lifted or the floor dipped in a way it shouldn't. My roommate saw where I was looking. His voice came out thin. "Don't look under it." But I already was. And I wish I could erase that image from my head. There were legs under the desk. Too many legs. Not pairs that matched normal bodies. Not aligned like people sitting in chairs. They were overlapping in a messy, layered way, like someone had taken a pile of mannequin legs and shoved them into a dark space. But they weren't mannequin legs. The skin looked real. The shapes looked wrong in the way real things look wrong when they don't belong somewhere. Most of them were still, except for one pair that shifted slowly, like whoever they belonged to was adjusting their position, like something under there was getting comfortable. Ethan started looking around the room, like he was trying to find an explanation that didn't involve what we were seeing. His eyes moved fast, scanning corners, the board, the windows. He opened his bag, digging through it with shaking hands. Professor Keller's smile changed. It stretched. That's the only word I have for it. Like an image pulled too wide in editing software. The corners of his mouth went farther than a face should allow, and his eyes didn't focus on any of us. He looked past us, through us, like we were glass. Ethan stopped digging through his bag. His hands froze on something inside, like he'd found an object that made a thought click into place. His voice came out low, almost like he didn't want the room to hear him. "This wasn't a classroom," he said. The moment he said it, my stomach turned, because the thought slid into my mind like it had been waiting there. The room didn't feel like a classroom anymore. It felt staged, to look like one, like a set, like a place pretending. Professor Keller tilted his head slightly, as if he was listening to something we couldn't hear. Then he spoke, and it sounded like the words weren't meant for us at all. "Attendance has been incomplete for a long time." I tried again to stand up because panic makes you do stupid things, but my roommate grabbed my arm hard. "Don't stand up," he whispered. His nails dug into my skin. I think that's the rule. I didn't ask him what he meant, because some part of me already understood, not in a logical way, in a survival way. Like when you learn not to touch a hot stove. There were rules in that room, and we hadn't been told them out loud. We'd been learning them by accident. Ethan took a breath, like he was forcing his body to work again. He pulled something out of his bag, a crowbar. I don't know why he had it. Maybe from his car. Maybe he'd grabbed it earlier without realizing why. I didn't ask. He moved carefully, step by step, toward the door. It looked like he was fighting the air itself, like the space between him and the door was thick. He slid the crowbar into the crack between the door and the frame and started to pry. Slowly, quietly, like he was afraid sound mattered. The door gave just a little, and when it did, it was like something released. Suddenly I could move. Not fully relaxed, but my muscles belonged to me again. My roommate and I stood up at the same time, almost tripping over the chairs. Ethan pulled the door open wider. Professor Keller spoke softly, almost like he was disappointed. "You can leave." None of us waited to hear anything else. We pushed through the doorway and stumbled into the hallway. Except it wasn't a hallway. Or it was, but it wasn't the hallway outside that classroom. The space beyond the door was wrong. It was darker than it should have been. The air felt older, stale, like it had been sealed. The floor looked the same at first glance, but the walls didn't match the building. The light fixtures were there, but the light didn't reach far. It just pooled weakly and left thick darkness in between, like the building was swallowing the glow. And that buzzing was louder out here. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam hit the floor, then the walls, then empty space. Nothing jumped out at me. No signs, no normal classroom doors, no posters, no bulletin boards, no familiar landmarks that tell you you're in a college building. Ethan froze and said, I don't blame him. None of us knew what to call it. It felt like we had stepped into a part of the campus that existed underneath the campus, like a lower layer the school had built over and forgotten. Behind us, in the classroom doorway, Professor Keller's smile was no longer visible, not because it disappeared, but because he wasn't facing us anymore. He'd turned back toward the desk, toward the legs, and then all the legs under the desk shifted at once. Like whatever was under there had been waiting for the room to empty. Like it had been waiting for permission. The desk tilted slightly, just enough for the wood to scrape the floor. That sound, the scrape, went straight through me. It was small, but it felt huge in that quiet. Ethan looked away from the classroom and stared down the dark hall. Then he started walking. We followed him, not because we trusted him, but because we didn't want to be near that doorway. We needed distance. We needed something that wasn't the room. The longer we walked, the less it felt like we were in the school we knew. It still had the shape of a campus building, but it felt older, like the air itself had been sitting in place for years. The floor was scuffed in a way that didn't match the clean halls we used during the day. There were sections where the walls looked like they'd been painted over again and again until the corners rounded. Some ceiling tiles were missing, and above them was black space. I remembered something then, like a memory finally lining up. Parts of the campus were supposed to be abandoned. Everyone knew it. In that casual way students know things. There were older sections, closed for renovation eventually, doors that stayed locked, hallways that didn't lead anywhere anymore. But we weren't supposed to be in them. We didn't stop to argue about it. We just kept moving faster, finding a staircase, then another set of doors, pulling and pushing, trying to find something familiar. Finally, we saw what looked like the front area of one of the main buildings. Glass doors. A lobby. A place that should have led outside. We ran to the doors and tried the handles. Locked. Ethan tried again, putting his shoulder into it like force would fix the world. Nothing. Then, from the side, we saw Professor Keller walking toward the entrance. And for a second, just a second, everything looked normal. His face looked normal. His posture looked normal. His smile, gone. He looked confused in a completely human way, the way a professor looks when students are somewhere they shouldn't be. He reached the doors, pulled out keys, and unlocked them. "Why are you three at the school at this time?" he asked. "It's a work day for faculty. Go home." His voice matched his mouth now. No delay. No weirdness. We stared at him, like we were seeing a stranger wearing his skin. I wanted to ask him about the email, about the message Ethan got, about the classroom, about the legs under the desk, about why he'd told us to sit down. But I couldn't get the words out, because what do you even say? We thanked him. I don't even remember which one of us said it first, but we did. We stepped outside like people leaving a building that might collapse behind them. The air outside hit me like relief and sickness at the same time. The normal night sounds were there, distant traffic, a faint breeze, bugs, life. We walked fast, not running, but not casual either, like we were trying to act normal while escaping. Before we got far, Professor Keller called after us, like it was an afterthought. "Prepare for next semester," he said. That was it. No explanation. No, "see you in class." Just that. We didn't turn around. We went back to the dorms and didn't sleep. We sat in our room with the lights on, replaying everything in a loop, checking our phones, checking the email again and again, as if it would change and prove we'd imagined it. The email was still there. Ethan still had the message, the one that claimed Keller was homesick all day. And when the next week came, Professor Keller taught like nothing happened. Normal jokes, normal off-topic comments, normal lectures. But I couldn't look at the front desk in any classroom the same way again. I couldn't sit through attendance without hearing that sentence in my head. Attendance is not complete. And sometimes, when I'm walking across campus at night and the lights start buzzing, I catch myself slowing down, listening, wondering if I'm still on the right floor of the building, wondering if the hallway I'm in is really the hallway I'm supposed to be in. Because ever since that night, a part of me believes there are rooms on this campus that aren't meant for students at all. Rooms that wait for you to sit down, rooms that want you to follow the rules you were never told. And whatever is taking attendance in those rooms has been counting for a long time. Story 3. I sit alone in the small studio apartment. It's quiet in the way that makes your ears search for something to hold on to. The air feels thick, old, like it has been breathed too many times. I keep thinking I hear movement in another room, but there isn't another room. Just the main space, the kitchenette, the bathroom door, and the corner where the mirror used to stand before it was moved, before it was broken. When he was here, we would sit so softly. That's the only way I can describe it. Softly. Like sound could upset something. Like if we made too much noise, the world would notice us and decide we didn't belong. We would sit on the floor, close enough that our knees almost touched, and just stare at each other for a long time. It wasn't romantic. It wasn't even friendly. It was like we were checking to make sure we were still real. Now we sit bloodied. At least, I do. I think we do. The words keep slipping, and I don't know where to pin them down. There's blood on the floor, a dark smear across the cheap laminate, and smaller drops that look like someone walked through them barefoot without meaning to. My head hurts so badly it feels like my thoughts have sharp edges. I keep touching my face with shaking fingers and pulling them away wet. I bled, and bled more. It felt like it would never stop. Even now, when it slows, I can taste it in the back of my throat. There isn't much left of the night. There isn't much left of us. I used to love him. I think I did. Or I loved the shape of him, the idea of him sitting across from me, the way his presence made the room feel occupied. Even if he could never love me the way I wanted, I told myself it still counted, that it was still something, that it still meant I wasn't alone. What am I without him? We were so much alike, or maybe he was like me. Sometimes I felt like I was like him more than he was like me, if that makes any sense. Like I was doing the work of becoming him, and he was simply existing. But if I became like him, and he stayed like himself, didn't that still make us alike? Doesn't similarity count if only one person is trying? None of my friends liked him. They never said it at first. They did that thing people do, where they smile too much and ask careful questions and pretend they aren't watching for bruises. Then they stopped pretending. Laura was the first one to say it out loud. Laura couldn't stand him. She made it sound like he was a bad smell that wouldn't leave my clothes. She wanted him gone from me. She said it like she was talking about removing something rotten. I told her she didn't understand. I told her she was jealous, and I meant it at the time. Laura has always been intense, always been brimming with opinions and suspicion. And I told myself she was just threatened by what we had. But now, sitting here with my head pounding and the floor stained, I'm not as sure. Now I'm sure her assumptions were right. Or maybe I'm sure because it's easier than being unsure. Uncertainty makes the pain spread. That is what it is. I am neither him nor he is me. We are what I introduced to my friends when my skin was bruised, and my eyes had those heavy, tired bags that never went away, no matter how much I slept. We is what I told people when they asked how I could possibly have let this happen. They didn't ask in a curious way. They asked in that tight, judging way people have when they believe you chose your own suffering. Like you must have wanted it, because why else would you stay? I used we because I didn't know how to explain anything else. I used it because it was safer than I. We spreads the blame out. We makes it sound mutual. We sounds like a relationship, a partnership. We sounds less like a trap. They were jealous of we, I thought, because we were alike. Or maybe we were one. The specifics don't matter right now. The fact is, I couldn't describe us in normal words without the words breaking apart. My head hurts. I think my nose is broken. I can feel the bridge of it, wrong, jagged, like the bones aren't sitting where they belong. There's so much blood on the floor I can't tell whose it is, mine or his. That's another reason we was useful. If you can't tell where one person ends and the other begins, you can at least pretend it's shared. I can't stand to see him right now. Or does he not want to see me? That question keeps repeating, but it doesn't lead anywhere. It just spins in place. We. That fits what we are. I would use another word, but every other word feels like it points at something I'm not allowed to name. We is soft. We blurs. We lets me breathe. We are two who act as one. We. The mirror is broken. The one he got me. It used to be the nicest thing in the apartment. The one object that made the space feel planned instead of temporary. I keep thinking the blood came from that, surely. Glass does that. Glass makes clean, thin cuts that bleed more than they should. He was a dancer, before. That was one of the first things I learned about him. He quit after he met me. He said it like it was no big deal, like dancing was a phase, like he'd been waiting for an excuse to stop. But I could tell it mattered to him. I could tell because his apartment was cluttered with old things from that life. Trophies, plaques, a duffel bag full of shoes that smelled like sweat and rubber. Programs from shows folded and shoved into drawers. He had a full wall mirror in his apartment, back then. A dancer's mirror. It made the room look twice as big. There were times before all of this when I would stand in front of it and look at myself with admiration. Not in a vain way, in a surprised way, like I couldn't believe I was the person reflected there. Sometimes he would stand behind me and correct my posture, placing his hands on my shoulders, my hips, guiding me like he was teaching me something. I used to like that. It felt intimate. It felt like he was letting me in. Now, thinking about it makes my stomach twist, because I can't tell where his guidance ended and his control began. Maybe it was always control. Maybe I just called it love, because that felt less embarrassing. I moved in with him because I don't make good financial decisions. That's the simple truth. I spend money the way some people spend time, like it will always be there, like it doesn't matter until it does. He berated me for it, for a long time. Not just once, not just in a concerned way. He made it a constant lesson, like my mistakes were proof of something deeper, like I was flawed at the core. And then we fought. My head is killing me. The ache is so steady it feels like a cloth. I can see him in my mind in a similar state, just a little distance away, like he's sitting on the other side of the room. The bleeding won't stop. Blood, and then more blood. And the dizziness that comes when your body starts to worry about how much it's losing. I wonder if he feels sorry. I constantly feel sorry for him. Even now, even when my face hurts and my hands are sticky with dried blood, I think about him like he's the one who needs comfort. I tell myself he's doing his best. I tell myself he wants to do better. I tell myself that if I can just help him, it will be okay. I nag him constantly about him not being enough. I can't keep it to myself. It's like I can't stop picking at him, at us. I push and push because I want him to prove something to me. He cooks now. He didn't used to. He started cooking like it was an apology. Like if he fed me, it would fix whatever he broke. This is the third or fourth time that I have caused something like this. That sentence comes out of my mind automatically, like it has been rehearsed. Caused. As if bruises and blood happen the way storms happen. As if I pressed the wrong button and made it rain. He left recently, and I can't remember how his face looked when he did. That's the part that scares me the most. Not that he left, but that my memory won't give me his face. I can remember pieces. Hair, maybe. A jawline. The general idea of him. But when I try to picture him clearly, it slides away. The bleeding has stopped now, at least for the moment. My nose is surely broken. I touch it again and wince. The pain is bright and immediate, like a flash. I can feel the bridge jagged with broken bones. I keep telling myself I should go to the hospital, but the thought of leaving this room feels impossible, like the air outside would be too sharp. When did the mirror break? I don't remember him doing it. I don't remember doing it. I don't remember the sound of it, and that doesn't make sense, because breaking a mirror is loud. It's the kind of sound that takes over a room. But when I search my mind, there's only a blank space where that moment should be. I drag myself up, using the edge of the couch for balance, and look toward the shelf where we kept photos. Photos of us. Not us, we. The photos show joy that isn't mirrored in the apartment. Smiling faces, a hand around a waist, warm light. The kind of pictures you post online to prove you're fine. Looking at them now feels like staring at strangers. Like I stole someone else's memories and tried to wear them. I don't know if him being who he is impactful for me. That thought comes in hard, capital letters in my mind, like it wants to scream. Then it fades again, because if I follow it too far, it leads somewhere I don't want to go. I have to remember how we met. I try to pull it up like a file. I try to go back to the beginning, to the first moment when our lives touched. But the beginning doesn't feel like a beginning. It feels like a loop, like he has always been there, and I simply noticed him one day. Has he always been with me? Do I know his name besides Mr. Anderson? That's what I called him sometimes when I was upset, like making it formal would give me distance. Mr. Anderson, like he was a person I could separate from myself. The bleeding comes back again. I don't know where it's coming from now. My nose, my lip, somewhere inside my head. I wipe at my face and my fingers come away red again. I feel lightheaded, and the edges of the room seem to breathe in and out. He still hasn't returned. I can't bring myself to look fully at what he has done to me this time. That's the thought that rises first. What he has done. Then right behind it comes the other thought. The one that keeps me trapped. I never saw him hit me this time. Normally, I see it before it happens. Normally, there's a look, a shift in his body, a tightening in his jaw, a silence that goes too long. Normally, I see it coming, and somehow, I still don't stop it. But this time, I don't remember the impact. I remember being on the floor, and I remember blood, and I remember the mirror in pieces, but I don't remember a hand. I don't remember fists. Is it George Anderson? Does that name make sense to you? To we? I look at the trophies and plaques on the mantel. The gold letters catch the light from the small lamp. My eyes struggle to focus, but the name is there. George Anderson. It's definitely George. The plaques say that name. A part of me feels relieved to see it, like having the name proves he's real. But I still can't remember his face. Maybe I'm concussed. Maybe that's why everything is slippery. Maybe that's why my thoughts keep stuttering. I press my fingers to my temple and feel a tender spot. Laura. Laura was right, wasn't she? I see her expression in my head, that disconnected look she got sometimes when she was trying to hide fear behind politeness. Her phony smile. The way she would look past him instead of at him, like she didn't want to invite his attention. I scroll through my phone with shaking hands and pull up photos of him. Photos of us. We look so happy. It makes no sense. It makes me angry, like the pictures are lying to me. My parents don't approve. They never did. They said I changed. They said I seemed smaller, quieter, like I was trying to take up less space. They asked if I was okay in that careful way that means they think you're not. I told them no one else would love me like this. Even now, the thought comes up automatically. No one else will love me like this. But then another question follows, softer and more dangerous. Does he love me? I shouldn't doubt that he knows best. That's what I tell myself. That he's smarter, that he's steadier, that he sees things I don't. Laura called me earlier. Her name flashed on my phone, and I didn't answer at first because I didn't want to deal with her voice. When I finally picked up, she sounded strained, like she'd been crying or trying not to. She said she was worried about me, and she couldn't bring herself to say my name. That stuck with me, because when I tried to hear my name in my own head afterward, it didn't come. What is my name? My head hurts worse. Pain pulses behind my eyes. The room tilts slightly when I move. I think about the way the mirror broke, and I can't see it. I think about the fight, and I can't find the moment it turned violent. I don't think he hit me with his hands this time. I would remember that. Unless I wouldn't. Maybe it was something else. The vase, the heavy ceramic one on the shelf. I glance at the shelf and try to see if it's still there, but my vision blurs. There's something else I can do, something I've done before when things got confusing. The journal is still under his mattress. That will let me help him. That's what I tell myself as I drag my body across the room and into the bedroom area. The mattress sits low, almost on the floor. I kneel, my knees aching, and lift the corner with both hands. My arms feel weak, like I've been carrying weight for too long. I pull the journal out. It's worn, the cover bent, pages swollen slightly from humidity, the smell of paper and sweat. I flip until I find the entry I remember. December 24. I read it out loud because the words feel more real when they're spoken. I am afraid for myself. I don't feel human. Signed, George Anderson, 2021. I stare at the ink as if it will rearrange itself into something clearer. I met him around then, I think. I remember a holiday season. I remember cold air that didn't match Florida. Maybe I was traveling. Maybe I was somewhere else. I think I saw him. Him. What does he look like? Really look like? I only know a face in the way you know a face from a dream. You know it belongs to someone, but the details won't stay still. Eyes, hair, the shape of his mouth, it's fuzzy. If I try too hard, my brain pushes back, like it doesn't want to give him a clear outline. The room seems to shift, and for a second I think I'm not alone anymore. He is back now, or someone is. I lift my head, and my breath catches. He looks worse for wear. That's the phrase that comes to me, because I don't know how else to say it. His clothes look rumpled. His posture looks wrong. His skin looks too pale under the yellow apartment light. We stare into the mirror together. Except the mirror is cracked badly now. It leans against the wall at an angle, broken into spiderweb lines, as if it took a hard hit in the center and decided to keep holding together, out of spite. He hits me for breaking it. That's what my mind says. But I don't remember him lifting his hand. I don't remember the impact. I just feel the pain in my face like it's happening again, and my body flinches as if it expects the next blow. I say, I don't think it was my fault, but my voice comes out small, like it belongs to someone else. We still sit in the living room of his apartment. That's what it feels like, even though I'm not sure where I am anymore. The studio looks the same, but it also doesn't. The corners feel farther away. The shadows look too deep. The buzzing from the light is back. That balloon squeal sound, low and constant, like something is rubbing the air raw. The mirror is on the floor again. It does not reflect us properly anymore. Only pieces. A mouth here, a shoulder there, a slice of cheekbone, a fragment of eye. I lean forward, desperate, and try to find his face in it. I cannot. I shift to another angle and search again. Moving my head like that will help the glass line up into a full person. Still nothing. I only find mine. I see my mouth, trembling, my chin smeared with blood, my nose swollen and crooked, my eyes wide and shining with fear. I blink, and the reflection blinks back, and it's only me blinking. Still staring, still waiting. I say it again, but it doesn't answer the same way it used to. That's the strange part. It used to feel like we filled the room, like it had weight, like the word itself was a bridge between two people. Now when I say it, it falls flat. There is no echo in it anymore. Only me. Only me sitting where we used to sit. I look down at my hands. They are shaking so hard my fingers look blurred. My knuckles are scraped. There's dried blood under my nails, dark like dirt. I can't tell if it's mine or his, and the fact that I can't tell makes my stomach roll. I do not remember when I stopped being two, or if I ever was. No. Just me. Just me in a small studio apartment with a broken mirror on the floor, blood on the laminate, a journal under a mattress, and a name that feels like it belongs to someone I invented so I wouldn't have to say my own out loud. George Anderson. I whisper it once, testing it. Nothing in the room responds. No footsteps, no breath, no presence sitting across from me. Just the buzzing of the light and the quiet that listens back. And the worst thought of all, the one that settles in slowly like dust, is this. Maybe Laura wasn't jealous. Maybe she was scared. Maybe she wasn't trying to take him from me. Maybe she was trying to get me back. Because if there was never a we, if there was only ever me, then I don't know what happened in this apartment tonight. I don't know who broke the mirror. I don't know who wrote that journal entry. I don't know whose blood is on my hands. I don't know why I keep waiting for someone to come back. And I don't know what I'm supposed to call the thing that used to sit across from me in the quiet and stare, matching my breathing, matching my thoughts, making me believe I was part of something larger than myself. No, just me. Story 4. The day started the way my days had been starting lately, with no clear beginning at all, no slow wake-up, no sense of moving from one place to another. Just a sudden awareness, like someone had flipped a switch inside my skull. One moment I was somewhere else, where I couldn't have told you if my life depended on it. And the next, I was sitting in the back seat of a police car, the hard plastic bench pressed into my thighs. The air smelled like disinfectant and old sweat. I stared out through the smudged, scratched window, trying to make the scene outside line up with anything in my memory. It didn't. I wasn't handcuffed, which felt important. If my wrists weren't bound, then I wasn't under arrest. That was the only rule I could grab onto, the only piece of logic that didn't slide away the moment I touched it. I kept repeating it in my head like a prayer. Not cuffed, not arrested. The officers in the front didn't say a word to me. No, you know why you're here. No, anything you say can and will be used against you. No small talk, not even that bored tone cops sometimes get when they're dragging someone in for something stupid. It was just the hum of tires and the occasional rattle when the car rolled over a crack in the road. I tried to ask where we were going. My voice came out dry and weak, like I hadn't used it in days. Neither of them answered. After several long minutes, we pulled into a place I didn't recognize. A facility, not a station. That was the best word for it. Too plain to be public, too secure to be private. The kind of building you only notice if you're looking for it, and even then, your eyes slide off it like it isn't meant to be held in focus. When one of the officers opened the door, the outside air felt wrong. It was warm, but there was no smell to it, no humidity, no dust, no exhaust, like air pulled through a filter. Before I stepped out, I gathered what was with me, and that's when I realized how strange this really was. I had a pistol. It sat heavy in my hand, familiar in the way a tool is familiar to someone who uses it often. And a briefcase, black, scuffed at the corners, heavier than it should have been if it only held paper. No one tried to take either of them from me. That should have terrified me. Instead, it made the fog in my head shift, just a little, like something was trying to fall into place. Inside, the lobby was sterile and quiet. People in plain clothes moved with purpose. Clipboards and badges, the kind of calm efficiency you see in places where panic is expensive. A woman at a desk handed me a stack of forms. Her smile was polite and empty. "Fill these out," she said. "Name, date of birth, and the name of the officer who brought you in." I took the pen. My name came easily, as if it had been waiting right under my tongue. The officer's name did not. I stared at the line until my eyes started to sting. "I don't know," I said. That was when something subtle happened. The woman looked up, not surprised exactly, but alert. Like she'd been waiting to see what I'd say. She called over a man in a gray shirt and murmured something I couldn't hear. They both glanced toward the entrance, where people were moving in and out. "Which officer?" the man asked me. "The one who drove me," I said, and the words sounded ridiculous even to me. "The one who brought me here." They looked around, scanning faces. No one approached. The man's jaw tightened. The woman's smile twitched, then returned, fixed in place. They exchanged a quick glance that carried a lot more meaning than their words. "We'll handle it," the woman said. The man nodded like this was normal, like officers sometimes delivered people and then vanished into thin air, like that didn't deserve a siren or a lockdown, or at least a question. I was escorted back out almost immediately. No holding cell, no interview room, no waiting area. Straight outside again. A black car waited at the curb, sleek and expensive. Windows tinted so dark they looked solid. Two men in suits sat in the front, both wearing sunglasses even though the sun was low. Their faces were hard to read, not because of the glasses, because of the way they held themselves, still and controlled, like they'd been trained not to waste motion. One of them stepped out and opened the rear door for me. The other leaned back and handed me a thin portfolio. It was the kind of folder you see in movies about government conspiracies, except it didn't feel dramatic. It felt routine, which was worse. In the corner, stamped in clean block letters, was a single word: confidential. That stamp did something to me. It didn't restore my memory. Not exactly, but it gave my mind a shape to cling to. I wasn't being detained. I wasn't being processed like a criminal. I was being deployed. I looked down at the portfolio, then back up at the men. What is this? I asked. Neither of them answered directly. One of them, the driver, spoke without turning his head. Instructions are inside. He said, it wasn't a threat. It was a statement. As if the instructions were the only part of this that mattered. I opened the folder with careful hands. The pages were crisp. The writing was minimal. Enter the Mumbai Hotel. Take the stairs to the 4th floor, room 242. Open the case once inside. That was it. No description of a suspect. No warrant. No explanation of what I was supposed to find. No mention of danger level. Just a location, a path, and a room number. I swallowed. Am I a detective? I asked, and I hated how unsure my voice sounded. The man beside me, passenger seat, tilted his head slightly, as if considering whether I deserved an answer. Then he said, just follow the instructions. I nodded, because there was nothing else to do. Anything else would have been begging. I didn't want to beg. We drove in silence, the car gliding over the road like it barely touched the ground. I tried to watch where we were going, tried to build a map in my head. But the turns felt wrong, the timing between intersections inconsistent. Either the driver knew shortcuts that bent the city in ways I didn't understand, or my sense of time was slipping again. About 20 minutes later, the car slowed and stopped beside a vacant lot. On one side stood an abandoned cinema, its sign half fallen, its facade peeling like old skin. Posters behind glass were sun-bleached into ghosts of faces. The building looked like it had been empty long enough for even the rats to move out. Next to it stood the Mumbai Hotel, if it could still be called that. From the outside, it looked like a cheap imitation of something grand, built with ambition and then forgotten. Its faded salmon-colored exterior and bulbous domes gave it the silhouette of a decaying Taj Mahal. The domes were cracked. The paint was tired. The windows were clouded with grime so thick they reflected the sunset instead of showing anything inside. The man in the suit opened the door for me. "Good luck," he said. That was the first human-sounding thing anyone had said to me all day. I stepped out with my pistol and briefcase. The black car pulled away before I could ask another question. It didn't roll off slowly. It left like it had someplace else to be immediately, as if staying another second would be dangerous. I stood at the entrance for a moment, watching until the tail lights vanished. Then I forced myself to look around. The empty lot was scattered with weeds and broken concrete. The dead cinema loomed, and near the corner, almost hidden, was a small Chinese shop. Its sign faded, lights buzzing weakly inside. I walked over and stepped in, more out of desperation than logic. A bell above the door chimed, too cheerful for the place. An older man stood behind the counter, watching me without expression. Shelves were lined with snacks and bottles and dusty household items. A TV played something quietly in the back, a language I didn't recognize. "Have you seen anything unusual?" I asked. He blinked at me. Didn't respond. I tried again. Slower, different words. Hotel. Problems? People? Anything strange? He stared as if I was making random sounds. He didn't speak English. So much for that. I left the shop and returned to the hotel. The doors were tall and glass, but the grime made them look frosted, like the building didn't want you to see in. I hesitated, I don't know why exactly. I'd walked into dangerous places before. I could feel that in my bones, in the way my hand rested on the briefcase handle and the way my weight balanced on my feet. But this was different. This wasn't danger you could shoot or run from. This felt like stepping into a story that had already been written. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, and everything changed. The lobby should have matched the outside. It should have been dusty, cheap, maybe stripped of valuables and left to rot. Instead, it looked like a dream somebody with too much money had once had and refused to wake up from. Soft pastel colors washed the walls. Art Nouveau furniture curved in elegant lines, polished and perfect as if no one had ever sat in it with dirty clothes. Towering paintings hung in heavy frames. Gold accents shimmered everywhere, catching the light no matter where I turned. It was almost too much, like a stage set meant to overwhelm you, so you wouldn't look too closely. The air was cooler inside, and it smelled faintly like perfume and old flowers. At the front desk, a man in a green suit was asleep in his chair, head tilted back, mouth slightly open. He looked like he'd been posed there, like a wax figure left out too long. I watched him for a moment. He didn't stir. I could have woken him, asked questions, demanded information. I didn't. Something about him made me feel like he wasn't there for me, like he was background. The stairs were on the far side of the lobby. They seemed to pull at me. I walked around the desk and saw a key hanging on a hook behind the sleeping man. It wasn't hidden. It was practically offered. The metal looked worn smooth by time, and when I lifted it, it felt heavier than it should have. A small tag hung from it, engraved with a number. My fingers tightened around it, and I made myself breathe. The stairs were carpeted, and the carpet was clean. That alone felt wrong. Clean things in dirty buildings always feel staged. I climbed, and the climb was strange. It didn't feel like 4 floors, not even close. It felt like a short flight, like the distance between levels had been folded, compressed, cheated. My legs moved through the motion of climbing, but my body didn't register the usual effort. Step, step, turn, and suddenly I was there. As I went up, the air thickened, not with heat or humidity, with something else, something dreamlike, like walking through a memory that wasn't yours. When I reached the hallway, I stopped. I wasn't alone. Figures lingered near doorways. Men and women, various ages, all dressed differently. Some looked normal enough, like travelers. Some looked wrong in subtle ways. Too still, too attentive, too pleased to see me. They watched without speaking, as if I'd arrived exactly when they expected. "Hello," I said, and my voice echoed softly. A couple of them smiled, too eager, too wide. Others withdrew without a word, their doors closing with gentle final clicks that sounded like decisions being made. I walked to the door marked 242 and slid the key into the lock. It wouldn't turn. I tried again, harder. Nothing. The metal felt solid, stubborn, like the lock wasn't meant to be used that way. I pushed, twisted, forced it until my knuckles whitened. Then a voice spoke behind me, close enough that I felt it more than heard it. "Don't turn it," the voice said. I froze. "Just open it." I turned my head, but the hallway felt too full of eyes to pick out who had spoken. Every face looked blankly curious. My heart thumped. Slowly, I pulled the key out, put my hand on the knob, and pushed. The door opened with no resistance at all. Inside, the room was ordinary. Not clean, not filthy. Not cheap, not luxurious. A small kitchen in one corner, a plain bed, basic furniture. Everything looked acceptable in the blandest way possible, as if the room had been designed to be forgettable. It bothered me more than filth would have. I set my pistol and briefcase on the bed and stood there, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. I stepped back into the hallway, almost annoyed. I was expecting something better, I muttered under my breath. The tenants were still there, scattered, lingering, watching. I started knocking on doors, asking questions, trying to do the job I apparently had, even if I still didn't understand it. Most people gave me nothing. Shrugs, blank stares, quick refusals. But I got fragments. No one asks for that room. I've lived here for years, never seen anyone go in or out. Don't stay in there too long. One couple held the conversation a little longer. They stood close together, like they were used to sharing fear. I made a joke about the hotel being strange. One of them laughed too quickly. The other didn't laugh at all. "This is a refuge," the serious one said. "For people like us? For people like you?" I asked. They studied me, then looked past me, toward the hall, like the hotel itself was listening. "You'll find everything here," they said. Killers, people with abilities, people who've lived far longer than they should, even celebrities sometimes. I stared at them, trying to decide whether they were crazy or whether I was. "Strange," I said quietly. The one who'd been serious nodded, as if I'd finally noticed the obvious. "You noticed." I thanked them, because that's what you do when you don't know what else to do. And I went back to my door. Halfway there, something clicked in my mind so hard, it felt physical. The building was wrong. From the outside, it looked like it only had 2 floors. Maybe 3 if you were generous. But I was standing on the 4th, and the hallway spacing didn't make sense. Doors should have opened into rooms that overlapped, collided, or simply didn't fit. The walls bent in ways they shouldn't have. Corners felt inaccurate, like they'd been drawn from memory instead of measured. How had I missed it? Some detective. I went back into 242, and the room was no longer ordinary. Gold gleamed from the surfaces. Victorian furniture lined the walls. Heavy curtains hung like theater drapes. Silk cascaded from an enormous bed like a waterfall. In the middle of the room, absurdly, sat a jacuzzi. Clean, polished, ridiculous. The air smelled expensive, like cologne and warm soap. And beyond it, through towering windows that hadn't been there a moment ago, was a breathtaking view. A cityscape lit by sunset, too beautiful to belong to the dead lot outside. I stepped back into the hall. The door still read 242. Same number, same key. I stepped inside again. Luxury. My skin prickled. The portfolio had said to open the case once inside. I'd ignored that instruction like an idiot, because I couldn't remember why it mattered. Now I did. Or at least, I understood that it mattered. I closed the door, went to the bed, and put the briefcase on the silk. My fingers hesitated on the latches. Then I opened it. The moment it clicked, something in my head broke open. Memories didn't come back gently. They didn't drift in like a slow morning. They slammed into me, violent and complete, like a flood bursting through a dam. I wasn't a detective, not exactly. I worked for something that didn't advertise its name. Maybe it didn't have one. We didn't investigate crimes. We investigated anomalies, things that shouldn't exist, places that didn't follow rules, objects that bent reality in small, dangerous ways. We cataloged them, studied them, decided whether they were safe, and if they weren't, we contained them. Or tried to. Room 242 was one of them. Seeing that in my mind didn't make me feel better. It made me feel worse, because it meant my confusion wasn't accidental. It was part of the job. Memory loss wasn't a bug. It was a feature, a safety measure, or a side effect of being near something like this for too long. As I stood there, my thoughts became heavy. Then sleep hit me. Not drowsiness, not fatigue, sleep like a switch turning off. I collapsed into it without time to resist. When I woke, I sat up fast, expecting panic. Instead, I felt full, refreshed in a way I hadn't felt in years, as if every lost hour of sleep had been repaid with interest. The kind of rest you imagine as a child before you learn how tired adulthood can make you. I looked toward the windows. The sun had barely shifted. Maybe 2 hours had passed. From somewhere below, faint music pulsed. A bass line, laughter, the dull roar of many voices. A party. In a place like this. I stood, changed clothes, without really thinking about it, and stepped into the hall. Someone was waiting for me, a man my age, maybe a little older, smiling like we'd just taken a short break in a long conversation. It took a second for my brain to accept him. An old friend, someone I hadn't seen in years. "We've been waiting for you," he said. I stared. "Waiting for me?" He nodded. "You're the last one." The hallway seemed different now. Warmer, fuller, like it wasn't holding its breath anymore. I followed him down the stairs. The lower floor was alive with people, and the sight of them punched the air out of my lungs. Faces from another life. People I'd cared about deeply, and then left behind because the work didn't allow for attachments. The work didn't allow for anything that made you hesitate, one anomaly at a time. One assignment after another, months bleeding into years, until you forgot what normal friendships felt like. I'd been in China for 5 years on one case alone, a statue that moved when no one looked at it. Harmless, we thought, helpful even, but still an anomaly, still something that didn't belong. Now those same friends were here, laughing and talking like no time had passed, like we'd simply gathered after work for drinks. It felt good in a way that hurt. I talked to a few of them, carefully at first, then more easily as the conversation flowed. People remembered things about me that I'd forgotten I'd ever shared. They joked about old missions. They teased me for being serious. It was so normal that for a moment I almost believed I could stay, that this could be my life again. Then I saw her, a little girl in the crowd, no older than 12. Story 5. I've always wanted to make this trip. Seattle has been home my entire life. I'm the kind of person who can tell you which streets smell like salt water when the wind shifts, and which coffee shops stay open the latest, and how the sky looks right before it rains. I knew my city so well that I didn't feel the need to know anywhere else. But the idea of leaving, of driving until the scenery stopped being familiar, was always there in the back of my mind. For years, my dream was simple, a coast-to-coast road trip with my husband and our kids. Nothing fancy, just the 4 of us in a car, eating bad fast food, playing road games, taking pictures at dumb tourist spots, sleeping in motels that smelled like bleach. I wanted to watch my children's faces when they saw the country open up around them. I wanted to feel like we were one solid unit, like nothing could split us apart. When I was younger, I thought dreams worked like that. You wanted something, you waited, you planned. Eventually, it happened. But time passes, whether your dream moves or not. I started dating my husband decades ago, and even then, I talked about the trip. He always promised we'd do it someday. He said it the way people say they'll start going to the gym. Someday was a word he used when he wanted me to stop asking. Over the years, it became clear that someday was never coming. Life got in the way. Sure, money, work, kids, school schedules, family drama. But it wasn't just that. It was him. He didn't want the trip enough to make it real. He liked the idea of it in the same way he liked the idea of being a better person. Thinking about it made him feel good. Doing it would have required effort. And now, at 50, I'm finally on the road. But I never wanted it to happen like this. Not under these circumstances. I'm alone. It's only happening now because my son is dead. Saying that sentence doesn't feel real, even now. It still lands wrong in my chest, like I'm swallowing something sharp. People tell you grief comes in waves, but for me it's more like a constant pressure, like I'm underwater and every breath is borrowed. After the divorce, my children were old enough, at least in my mind, to choose where they wanted to live. I told myself I was being fair. I told myself I wasn't going to drag them through court battles and custody schedules like weapons. John, my oldest, chose to stay with me. My daughter, Bree, went with my ex-husband. I tried to keep a relationship with her. I really did. I called. I texted. I asked about her school, her friends, her plans. I drove farther than I could afford sometimes, just to show up at a place I was told she'd be. I bought gifts she barely looked at. I wrote long messages I never sent because they sounded too needy. Bree never seemed interested. God only knows what my ex was telling her about me. I have my guesses, but guesses don't matter when a child decides you're not worth their time. John was my world. That's not a poetic line. That's the truth. After leaving his father, I didn't date much. I told people I was too busy, and I was. But the deeper truth was that I didn't want anyone else's chaos in our lives. I worked 2 or 3 jobs at a time while raising him, and when I came home exhausted, it was John who made it feel worth it. John who made me laugh when my feet ached. John who learned early not to ask for too much, which still makes me feel guilty when I think about it. He deserved more than a mother who was always tired. But I did what I could. I always did. John knew about my dream trip. I talked about it enough that it became a family joke. He'd bring it up every so often as he got older, like he was keeping it alive for me. "You'll get your trip one day, Ma," he'd say, "even if I have to take you myself." I can still hear his voice saying it. That steady confidence he had in me, like he believed my life would open up someday, even when I didn't. His funeral was the worst day of my life. My ex-husband and my daughter were there. A piece of me, some small, stupid part that hadn't learned better, hoped I'd get support from them. Not forgiveness, not closeness. Just something human. A look that said, "I'm sorry." A touch on the shoulder. A shared moment of grief. It didn't happen. My ex didn't say much, but he didn't need to. The glare he gave me said everything in a language I knew too well. "It's all your fault." Like John dying was something I caused by existing. I couldn't even bring myself to speak at the podium after that. My throat closed up. My hands shook. My mind went blank in the worst way. My daughter gave a eulogy instead. Through sobs, she talked about her rocky relationship with John and how much she regretted not being closer to him. She even told everyone he'd inspired her to become a paramedic. I stood there listening and felt something inside me splinter. It wasn't just grief. It was rage too, sharp and hot. because it felt like she was rewriting him in front of everyone, turning him into a story that made her look better. But I didn't say anything. I didn't have the energy to fight a lie that wore the right expression. John had never married, so I guess it shouldn't have surprised me when I learned he'd appointed me as the executor of his estate. What did surprise me was finding out he'd listed me as the beneficiary of a $1 million life insurance policy. $1 million. It felt like a cruel joke, like the universe had finally decided to hand me something big, and the price was my child. I didn't care about the money. Not really. When someone you love dies, money turns into paper. It turns into a number that means nothing. I would have traded every dollar for 5 more minutes with him. I would have traded it to hear him walk through the door, complain about something stupid, ask what was for dinner. Instead, I spent days sitting on my couch, watching videos of him on my phone. Short clips, silly moments, a laugh, a smirk, his voice muffled in the background. I watched them over and over until the phone battery died, then charged it and did it again. Every time I pressed play, I remembered the house fire years ago and how it destroyed the old tapes from when our family was still together. Those home videos were gone. Every holiday, every birthday, the little pieces of our life that used to live on VHS, burned. I would have given anything to see them again. It was at that low point, when I realized the walls of my house were becoming a kind of coffin, that I decided it was time for the road trip. Not because I was excited, because I couldn't stay still anymore. I told myself it would be healing, that seeing new places would make my grief move instead of rotting, that maybe I could carry John with me through the country the way I carried him through everything else. So I packed my car and left Seattle behind. The trip started off normal. I did the usual tourist stops, places I'd read about, places I'd seen in pictures. I also took a lot of side routes. Over the years, I'd looked up small attractions and weird landmarks, the kind of things most people never bother with. A giant statue here, a scenic road there. I drove with the radio low and my thoughts loud. I didn't start having real problems until the Midwest. I won't name the state. I know how that sounds, like I'm being dramatic. But what happened there feels unfinished in a way that makes me cautious. Like naming it would be an invitation. That day, I'd been driving so long, I couldn't remember what time I started. The sun had set. The highway had turned into that endless stretch where the darkness feels wider than the sky. My eyes kept fluttering, and my brain would do that scary thing where it tries to dream while you're still awake. Then my low fuel warning lit up and pinged. Perfect timing, because I was barely holding myself together. I took the first exit that promised a gas station, and I followed an empty road for miles toward a town the sign insisted was ahead. Johnstown. The name made my spine tighten. Not because it was scary on its own, but because it hit too close. John. Town. It felt like the world playing with me. I glanced at my gas gauge. The needle didn't care about my feelings. I kept driving. After several quiet miles, I saw the lights of a gas station on the main road into town. The place looked old, like something preserved out of necessity rather than style. When I pulled up to the pump, I noticed there was no credit card reader. So I'd have to go inside. As a woman alone at night in a town I didn't know, my instincts screamed at me to get back on the road and keep going. But I didn't have the fuel for that, and I was too tired to argue. I had a .32 Tomcat pistol in my purse. I'd bought it after the divorce, after too many late shifts and too many news stories. I hated carrying it. I hated what it meant. But that night, it gave me just enough nerve. I walked into the gas station. The inside was outdated, but strangely well maintained, like someone cared about keeping it clean, even if they didn't care about modernizing it. I went straight to the counter. A young man stood there wearing a camo hat, looking bored in that practiced, dead-eyed way some people do when they've spent too long watching strangers pass through their world. "Hi," I said, forcing a smile. "Can I get some gas on the pump out there?" He stared at me, without speaking. The silence lasted just long enough to make my skin prickle. I could have sworn the lights dimmed slightly as he reached for the register keys, but maybe that was my tired eyes. He started pushing buttons. The clicks sounded too loud. "How much?" he asked, his voice flat, like he was reading off a script he hated. "50, I said, sliding cash onto the counter. "Keep what's left, if there is any." He didn't look at the bill. He didn't glance down. He kept his eyes on me as he slowly reached for the money. For a stupid second, I had a flash image of him grabbing my wrist and yanking me forward. That's what fear does. It gives you a whole movie in a single heartbeat. But he just opened the drawer and placed the bill inside. "Anything else?" he asked. "No, sir. That's it. Thank you," I said, already backing away, already wanting to be out. I speed-walked to my car. Even with my head down, I could feel his eyes on me while I pumped gas. I kept scanning the shadows at the edge of the station lot, expecting movement. When I got back into the car, I considered leaving town entirely and finding a rest stop, somewhere, anywhere, just to avoid being near that place. But as soon as the car door shut, my eyelids got heavy again. The fatigue came back like a weight. I could see the town ahead. I told myself I'd just check for a motel. If it looked sketchy, I'd leave. That was the plan. The main street was almost completely dark. Most buildings were closed, lights out, windows black. It didn't look abandoned exactly. It looked like a town that went to sleep early and didn't care if anyone passed through. Then I saw the motel, a simple, rectangular 2-story building. A few rooms had lights on, which reassured me more than it should have. I sat in my car for a minute with the engine running, watching the parking lot for movement. Everything seemed still. No one approached. No one watched. It felt safe enough. I grabbed my backpack and stepped out. The night air was cool, and for a moment I was hit with a wave of grief so sharp it nearly made me fold in half. I couldn't help thinking how much safer I would feel if John had been with me. John would have joked about the motel. John would have walked beside me and made the dark feel less serious. I started toward the entrance, then glanced back toward the street. That's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A building nearby was lit. A neon sign glowed in the dark and hummed like an insect. The sign read True Video. A video rental store still open in 2026? The thought actually made me smile. Not because it was funny, but because it was so out of place. Like a little pocket of the past, still breathing. Inside the motel, the manager greeted me at the counter. She was around my age, and the normalcy of her face was a relief. No dead-eyed stare, no weird silence. Just a tired woman doing her job. I rented a room, and she handed me an actual iron key, the kind attached to a heavy tag that made it hard to lose. That alone made the place feel old. Room 211 was exactly what you'd expect. Small, worn, with decor that hadn't been updated since the 1970s. Floral wallpaper, yellowed paint peeking through in spots. A queen bed against the far wall. A dresser, a lamp that gave off a weak glow. And on the dresser, a tube television. Next to it, a VCR, Seeing that setup hit me so hard, I had to sit down for a second. My brain went straight back to 1990, when John was little and the world still felt manageable. Once a week, I'd take him to Blockbuster, and we'd pick a movie for family night. He'd always hold the tape like it was treasure. Sometimes he'd change his mind at the last second, and I'd pretend to be annoyed, but I loved it. I thought of True Video. Across the street, the nostalgia was too tempting. It felt like a sign, and I've always been the kind of person who tries to find meaning in random things when I'm hurting. So I went back outside and crossed the quiet street. The neon buzz got louder as I approached. The doorbell dinged when I stepped in, bright and cheerful in the empty store. No one came to the counter. I didn't focus on that. I just walked the aisles, scanning old cases until I found the family section. After a minute, my hands landed on a tape that made my chest ache. All Dogs Go to Heaven. John's favorite when he was little. The kind of movie he'd ask for again and again, even though it made him cry. I stood at the counter holding it, lost in memories, staring at the worn plastic like it could bring him back. "Anything else for you tonight, ma'am?" a voice asked. It was a familiar voice. My eyes snapped up. Behind the counter stood the same young man from the gas station. This time he was smiling warmly, like we were friends. His clothes were different, more like a store clerk than a gas station attendant. But it was him. Same face, same posture, same stillness behind the eyes. I felt a cold wave move through my whole body. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. He kept smiling, unbothered by my silence, like my fear was invisible. Then I noticed details I hadn't seen earlier. A small circular scar on the side of his neck, and a name tag, Michael. I forced my head to shake no. "All right then," he said brightly, like I'd just declined candy. "Your total is $5.37. My hand shook as I pulled money from my purse. I dropped a 5 and a 1 on the counter without touching his hand. I didn't want my skin near his skin. He didn't react to my rudeness. He just scooped up the bills and handed me change. "Thank you for your business, ma'am," he said cheerfully. "Have a wonderful evening." I left without a word, tape clutched in my hand. I didn't stop moving until I was locked inside room 211. My heart wouldn't slow down. I paced. I checked the window. I checked the lock. It took me half an hour to calm myself enough to think. Brothers, I decided. Twins, maybe, or cousins. A small town like this might have limited jobs. It made sense. It had to make sense. Eventually, I convinced myself I was overreacting, and I slid the tape into the VCR and sat on the bed with my back against the headboard. Within 5 minutes, I was crying. Not just tearing up, crying the way grief makes you cry, like it's trying to pull something out of you. Hearing the music, seeing those characters, it yanked me back to the time when John was small and safe and sitting beside me. And then the thoughts came in. His heart attack, the coroner saying it was quick. John, not even 30. John, dying alone in the dark. About an hour in, I'd run out of tears. My face felt dry and tight. My eyes burned. And strangely, in that empty motel room, I felt closer to him than I had in weeks. Like the pain was a rope still connecting us. I let my eyes close, thinking I might drift off with the movie playing. That's when I heard the static. At first, I thought it was just the tape acting up. Old technology. Bad tracking. That's why the world moved on. Right. But then, through the hiss, I heard my ex-husband's voice. "He's beautiful. Good job, Grace." My eyes flew open. The screen was no longer playing the movie. It was playing a home video. Me, Younger, in a hospital bed, holding newborn John. I stared so hard I forgot to breathe. The image was fuzzy and washed out in that exact VHS way. It looked like the tapes I'd lost in the house fire. Every pixel felt familiar, like I'd seen it 100 times. Then the screen cut back to static. Another video appeared. The day we brought John home. My ex-husband filming a tour of the house, showing off the nursery we'd built together, proud like we were the kind of family that lasted forever. Static again. Then John's first Christmas. My parents alive and smiling. John banging a toy like it owed him money. My own face in the background, tired but happy. The video ended with John making a mess in his high chair, and everyone laughing, exactly the way I remembered. Static. Then John's first birthday. Then his first words, technically recorded later when he did it a second time, because we missed it the first time. Then a video I took of him running through the house, wearing his father's cowboy boots, tripping and laughing. Then the day Bree was born. 3-year-old John holding her carefully, grinning so wide it looked painful. But something was wrong. Whenever Bree's face turned directly toward the camera, the screen would waver. The picture would slide out of focus, like the tape couldn't hold her image steady. It would blur and distort for a second, then return to normal as soon as she looked away. At first I thought it was coincidence. Then it kept happening. Every single time her face met the camera straight on, the image would glitch. Meanwhile, everything else was clear in that same fuzzy way VHS always is. John, me, my parents, the living rooms and bedrooms and backyards of our old life. The tape could hold them fine. It couldn't hold her. My hands were pressed to my mouth. My whole body felt frozen. Every video I had ever taken of my children played in order. Every single one. Dance parties at ages 6 and 3. Their first bike rides. The silly moments that used to make me roll my eyes back when life was normal. A little blog I filmed for 7-year-old John, where he seriously explained that the Easter Bunny must be a trained killer, because how else could he get into houses so fast? I leaned forward, closer to the screen as if I could crawl into it. I knew this was coming to an end, and I didn't want it to. I wanted to sit there until my eyes dried up and my heart gave out, if it meant I could keep seeing him alive. Then the next video started. My kids were playing pirates. John and Bree sword fighting with foam swords. John was taller, stronger, older, but he was letting her win. He was doing that big brother thing where he pretends to lose so the younger kid feels powerful. He made an exaggerated lunge and froze, leaving himself open. Bree saw the chance and stabbed him in the chest with the foam sword. John did a dramatic death, falling to the floor, announcing defeat like he was on a stage. Bree straddled him and paused. I remembered this moment. I remembered thinking she was checking if he was really dead, still playing. But then she started hitting him. She brought the foam sword down on his face, again and again, screaming, "Die, die, die." The video ended abruptly as I shut the camera off to pull her away and explain there was no reason to be violent like that. I sat there staring at the black screen, shaking. My throat felt tight. That memory had always unsettled me, but I had filed it away as a child, being dramatic, a kid acting out. Now it felt like a warning I never understood. The screen stayed black for a moment, and I thought maybe it was finally over. Then a new video started. It wasn't a VHS home video. It was a phone video. John's 16th birthday. He sat scowling while I sang happy birthday, his friends laughing. I grimaced. I'd posted that video online back then, and John got made fun of. I'd regretted it later. The screen flickered. This time the video wasn't one I recognized. The quality was different. The angle was different. The lighting was different. My teenage kids were arguing. John held a sandwich bag of something I couldn't clearly see. His face looked like pure disappointment. "Answer me," he said. "What is this? Where did you get it? Give that back." "Sis, this stuff can get you arrested," John said. His voice was strained, trying to be calm. "I don't care. It's my life, not yours. I don't answer to you. I'll tell Mom if you don't tell me where you got it right now." "Go ahead," Bree yelled. "I don't give a fuck what Mom thinks. Dad won't believe either one of you, anyway." The camera zoomed in on his face for a second. He looked helpless, like he was holding a fragile line that was already breaking. "I just don't want you to lose everything," he said quietly. "I'm not gonna, you idiot," she screamed. "You think I've never done this stuff before. I'm gonna party if I want, and you can fucking deal with it." The video cut before I could even process what I'd heard. Another video began immediately. My house after the divorce. The shot was from across the street. The house looked dark, quiet, normal. Then an orange glow bloomed in the corner. The fire. I sat up so fast, my body hurt. The fire that destroyed the tapes. The fire that stole my past. And then, worse than the flames, a figure moved across the light. A silhouette passing by the window, then fleeing the scene. My heart felt like it dropped through the mattress. The fire department had suspected arson back then, but they never had proof. The case went nowhere. At the time, my ex and I were in legal battles because I was trying to increase visitation with Bree. After John told me about the drugs, I tried to get more involved. My ex fought me constantly. The police questioned him, but later told me his alibi was rock solid. Watching the silhouette run from my burning home, I felt something cold and final settle inside me. But the tape didn't let me sit with it. It kept going. John's graduation walk played next, a happier memory. I had filmed it myself. His father didn't attend, but Bree did. I remembered thinking, maybe this is a turning point. Maybe we can still be a family in some form. Then, the final video started. John looked older again, the haircut he had the year he died. The kitchen table I recognized from his place. My two kids together, drinking vodka, playing a card game. Their relationship had been strained for years, but Bree had seemed more grown up lately, less sharp. It was strangely comforting to see them in the same room without screaming. The loser of each round had to take a sip. Bree lost, drank the last drops, and stood to refill. The camera followed her to the counter. She filled her glass from a water bottle, with her back to John. The camera caught her smirk, like she was proud of cheating. The screen glitched, and there was John, sprawled on the floor, drooling and giggling like he was drunk out of his mind. "Hey, see is," he slurred. "I'm so glad you came over. I missed drinking with you. Bree's face wavered again. That same distortion, as if the camera couldn't hold her properly. "No, thank you, bro," she said, reaching into her bag slowly, calmly, like she'd done it before. Then she knelt beside him. "You've done your part perfectly." "Part?" John giggled. "Ooh, am I an actor now?" The camera shifted suddenly, like someone else picked it up, like the point of view changed to Bree's hands and eyes. "Sure," Bree said, glancing down at a syringe. "A real A-lister." John grinned, his head lolling to one side. "I'd like to thank the Academy for," he started, then trailed off. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My whole body went cold, like my blood had stopped. Bree removed the cap from the syringe. "I've got you, bro," she said in a soothing voice that didn't belong to my daughter. "Just sleep." What happened next is burned into me in a way I can't explain. I watched my son cough and convulse. I watched foam gather at his mouth. I watched his hands reach out toward her in the most human, desperate way, like he believed she would help him because she was his sister. And she didn't. She watched him die. When he stopped moving, she leaned close and whispered, "That bitch'll get the money. I'm sure of it, but I'll figure something out." Then the screen went black. The VCR made a hard, mechanical sound and ejected the tape. I sobbed in the darkness of that motel room until my throat was raw. There's a kind of crying that isn't just sadness. It's shock trying to escape the body. When I could finally move, I grabbed the tape and ran. I didn't think. I didn't put on better shoes. I didn't grab my purse properly. I sprinted out of room 211 and down the stairs like I was running from fire again. At the bottom of the stairs, I looked across the street at True Video. It was dark, no neon hum, no glow in the windows. I crossed anyway, shaking with anger so intense it felt like heat. I didn't care if they were closed. I didn't care if it was stupid. I needed answers. I needed to hear a human voice say something that made any of this make sense. But as I got closer, my steps slowed. The storefront was wrong. The windows were shattered and boarded up from the inside. The neon sign was broken, hanging crooked, clinging to charred brick by a single rusty bolt, like it could fall at any moment. The whole place looked burned. Not recently either. Old damage, old smoke stains. When I tried the front door, it opened. Unlocked. Inside was destruction. Half the inventory was gone. What remained was coated in dust and ash so thick it looked like snow. The air smelled like old smoke and rot. I stared at the counter I'd stood at hours earlier. On it sat a small television. It flickered to life, bright in the dark store. And Michael appeared on the screen. Not a recording like before, not a home video, not a tape. Just him, looking straight at me through the screen, like he knew exactly where I was standing. "Get her messages," he said. "She never deleted them. She had help getting the drugs. Her boyfriend also knows she set the fire and will break under pressure. Good luck." No static, no fade, just off. I don't know how long I stood there. Minutes, maybe longer. Time felt broken. The world felt like it was holding its breath. When I finally snapped back into myself, there was only one person in town who seemed normal enough to talk to. The motel manager. I stormed into the motel lobby like I was being pulled by rage itself. I marched up to the counter and threw the VHS tape down so hard it slapped the surface. "What the fuck is going on in this town?" I shouted. "Where did that freak at True Video get this?" The manager went pale instantly. Ghost white. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. "Answer me," I yelled. She took a slow breath, like she was preparing to step into a storm. "What did you see on the tape?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. "I saw my daughter," I said, and my voice cracked in the middle like a snapped branch. "I saw her murder her brother." The manager's eyes filled. She didn't cry fully, but her face tightened with pain. She looked like she'd been hit. "Did Michael give that to you?" she asked. "Yes," I said. My hands were shaking again. And what the hell was he doing at the gas station earlier? I want to know what sick game that bastard is playing. I want to know right fucking Please, don't talk about my sons like that, she interrupted quietly. Sons. That word made my anger hesitate for half a second. She exhaled, and it sounded like exhaustion. Daniel and Michael are my twin boys, she said. Daniel works at the gas station. Michael. Her throat moved as she swallowed. Michael worked at True Video. He was killed in a robbery 2 years ago, shot in the throat before they burned the store down. I stared at her. My brain refused to fit the pieces together. She paused, and I saw something in her expression I recognized immediately. A mother's grief. They caught the killers, she continued. Security cameras helped. But last year, another traveler came through. He said he rented a video from that store. He said it showed the murder of his sister. Her eyes fixed on mine. The tape will be blank now, she said. But Michael was never one to lie. Please leave. Get justice for your son. Then she turned her back on me. I shouted. I begged. I demanded answers. I asked her how it was possible, how it could be real, why this was happening to me. She didn't turn around again, so I went home. I drove through the night and into the day, until the familiar gray Seattle sky felt like a ceiling lowering over me. I didn't stop much. I didn't sleep. I didn't want my mind to have space to replay what I'd seen. When I got home, I did what Michael told me to do. I got her messages. Bree hadn't deleted them. Reading them felt like swallowing glass. There were texts about something stronger. Texts about how John wouldn't know. Texts about money. About how Mom wouldn't be able to prove anything. There were messages that made it clear she had help getting the drugs. There were messages that hinted at the fire, too, like it was a thing she'd done and moved on from. And the boyfriend. Michael was right about him. He broke fast. Guilt makes cowards talk. Pressure. Story 6. Was everything worth it? Before championship wrestling promotions, I would have said yes without even thinking. Now I don't know how to answer. I don't know if there's a clean answer anymore, because the question doesn't feel like a question. It feels like something that's been waiting for me at the end of every hallway, at the end of every show, at the end of every night when the adrenaline finally drains, and all I have left is the quiet. In wrestling, you're taught to expect the physical cost. Torn ligaments, concussions, the dull ache in your joints that never really goes away. Long drives where the hours blur together and the only thing you can taste is energy drinks and regret. That's the price they talk about. That's the price they sell, because it makes the business sound honest. But the damage doesn't stay in the ring. It follows you home, and it learns your address. I was the youngest of 3 kids. Most nights, it was just me and my siblings, Johnny and Allison, while our parents worked. My dad came home smelling like motor oil and cigarettes, hands black at the creases from the shop, no matter how hard he scrubbed. My mom worked nights at the hospital and carried exhaustion like a second uniform. We didn't have much, but we had enough. Dinner on the table, a roof that didn't leak, a TV that mostly worked. The kind of normal you don't appreciate until it's gone. I didn't realize how fragile that normal was until Johnny died. I was 10 when they told us he'd been hit by a drunk driver. The driver fled. They never found who did it. No arrest, no closure. Just a hole in the middle of our family that never filled back in. After the call came, my parents barely spoke for days. Not to each other, not to us. Like talking would make it real. Allison locked herself in her room. I did the only thing I knew how to do. I kept moving. I buried myself in schoolwork and kept my head down. The words in my mouth started to feel heavy, like every sentence was a risk. I stopped speaking unless I had to. By 16, It had turned into something ugly. I couldn't even order my own food. I'd sit in my dad's pickup outside Burger King, while Allison leaned across me and placed the order at the speaker. I'd rehearse the line silently, over and over like a prayer. "Hi, can I get a number 3 with..." But the second I imagined someone on the other end, judging my voice, judging my hesitation, judging the way my mouth shaped the words, my throat would lock. So I'd wait, pretending I didn't care. Then I'd drive forward, grab the bag at the window, and act like I was just quiet by choice. That was my life until my dad came home one day with free tickets to a wrestling show. A customer at his shop had given them to him. Just a casual thing, a Friday night out, something to distract us. It was in a small civic center, the kind of building that smells like old popcorn and sweat and disinfectant. The moment I stepped inside, the sound hit me like a wave. It was deafening. People screaming like their lives depended on it, booing like hatred was a sport, cheering like joy could be torn from your throat if you tried hard enough. Whoever stood in that ring was the center of the universe. I didn't even know the rules that well, but I was locked in. I clung to every chant and every reaction as Buckeye Bobby squared off with Atlas, the Titan. When Buckeye Bobby took a chair shot to the head and wore the blood on his face, like war paint, the crowd lost their minds. People stood up. People pounded the guardrail. A whole room of strangers suddenly shared a single heartbeat, and something in me that had been quiet since Johnny died woke up. Not happiness, not peace. Purpose. I remember scanning the crowd during the match and noticing a man sitting on the other side of the ring across from me. He didn't cheer. He didn't boo. He didn't lean forward like everyone else. He sat perfectly still, hands folded, studying the match with the focus of someone watching a test result. I nudged my dad and pointed. "Dad, who's that?" My dad's eyes barely left the ring. Probably a promoter or something. I knew better than to push. I kept watching. But when Buckeye Bobby went for an elbow drop, I glanced back to the man's seat. He was gone. 1 second he was there. The next he wasn't. I hadn't seen him stand. I hadn't seen him squeeze past anyone. He didn't move the way people move in a packed crowd. It was like someone erased him between blinks. I searched the audience for him and saw no sign. No one looking for him, no empty space that made sense, just bodies and noise and lights. I didn't see him again that night. I told myself I imagined it, that I was tired, that my eyes played tricks, but I couldn't drown out what I felt in that building. On the drive home, somewhere between streetlights and quiet car windows, I decided I wanted to stand in the middle of a ring and matter. I wanted to be the reason a crowd screamed. I wanted to be louder than the silence that lived in my chest. I wanted to wrestle. It took me months to work up the nerve to say it out loud. When I finally told my parents, my dad was immediately on board. He lit up like I'd handed him a solution to a problem he never knew how to fix. But my mom shut it down fast. Wrestling was nonsense. Wrestling was injury and instability and broken bodies, with no retirement plan. She didn't want to watch me get chewed up. That became their new argument, a constant back and forth. My dad believed I should become the kind of man I wanted to be. My mom believed I should pick something safer, something that wouldn't leave me wrecked with nothing to show for it. Eventually she gave in, but she gave in the way mothers do when they're scared and trying to keep one hand on the wheel. "You can pursue wrestling," she said, "but only if you graduate. If you still want it after high school, I'll help you pay for wrestling school." I agreed so fast I didn't even think. I was dying to get inside a ring. I thought graduation was the mountain. I didn't understand that high school would be the easy part. After I graduated, I started training in a worn-down warehouse off Bishop Street in Granbury. No air conditioning, old boards under the ring that felt like they wanted to split, a canvas that looked stitched together out of a dozen mistakes. It was ugly in a way you couldn't hide. It smelled like sweat soaked into wood. And it became my second home. From sunrise to sundown, 6 days a week, I trained until I threw up. I learned how to fall without dying. I learned how to run the ropes until my ribs bruised. I learned how to breathe through pain and pretend it was a choice. I went home sore and woke up sore and kept showing up anyway, because that soreness felt like proof I was becoming something. One night I stayed after hours to get extra reps in. The building was quieter than usual. The lights flickered slightly in that cheap industrial way. I sprinted the ropes with intensity, threw myself into bumps, hit the mat, got up, and did it again. Then, during one of my sets, I saw someone sitting outside the ring on a folding chair, just sitting there like they'd been there the whole time. I glanced harder, and his features didn't quite hold. It was like the shadows weren't giving me permission to look at him properly. Like my eyes slid off the shape of his face. "Are you gonna keep going or what?" my trainer bellowed from ringside. I hadn't even noticed him come out. The sudden voice made me jump. "Don't you see him?" I asked, nodding toward the chair. When I turned back, it was empty. My trainer stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "I'm not waiting for you to figure your shit out, Jeremy. Either get it together or hit the showers." I nodded, swallowed my confusion, and kept training like nothing happened. I brushed it off and told myself I was overtired. But the feeling that came with it stuck to me, that quiet sense of being watched by someone who wasn't there. When I finally got cleared for my first matches, I thought I'd made it. I thought the hard part was over. That's when I met my first real enemy in wrestling, a gimmick name. They handed it to me like they were doing me a favor. Freezy McChill. I stared at the paper, waiting for someone to laugh. Nobody did. The promoter told me I could be intimidating with a name like that. Like people would fear me. Like I'd be some kind of cold-blooded killer, even though the name sounded like a kid's cereal mascot. I should have trusted my gut. Instead, I tried to make it work. I tried to lean into it. I tried to act dangerous, while the crowd laughed the moment my name was announced. I lost matches in minutes, night after night. I got laughed out of buildings that smelled like beer and cheap cologne. That's when it hit me. Freezy McChill wasn't championship material. If I wanted to survive, I had to become someone else. I was driving on an interstate from Tulsa to St. Louis when I started brainstorming new ideas. I needed a character that felt real, someone who could command attention without begging for it, someone who didn't need a joke name to get a reaction. That's when Mr. Crowley came on the radio. I'd heard it before, but that night it sounded different. The organ notes were ominous, almost religious. The song felt like a door opening to something dark and old and confident. It gave me an image of a man obsessed with the unknown, a man who walked into a room and made it colder. That's how Mr. Allister was born. The first night I wrestled, as Mr. Allister was under a circus tent in southern Illinois. The crowd was tiny, mostly families, but the moment the opening notes hit, every set of eyes turned to me. I walked out and felt the air shift. It was the first time I understood what it meant to have power in wrestling. Not real power, not money or influence, but that electric grip on people's attention. It was intoxicating. After that, I wrestled anywhere I could. VFW halls, small gyms, fairgrounds, places where the locker rooms were bathrooms and the medical staff was a guy with tape. Sometimes I got $50 cash. Most of the time I got a hot dog and a handshake. One year, I called my mom on my birthday from the road and asked for gas money so I could make it to the next town. She helped. But when I hung up, I sat in my car and seriously thought about quitting for the first time. Not because I didn't love wrestling, but because loving something doesn't mean it loves you back. Still, I didn't quit. Wrestling made me feel alive. I wasn't waking up in motels and lacing my boots while tasting dried blood in my mouth out of obligation. I believed the pain meant something. I believed if I suffered long enough, I'd earn my reward. Over time, I climbed. Curtain jerker to mid-card to main event. Along the way, I learned locker rooms are like libraries. They're full of stories, injuries, cheating, promoters screwing people on pay. Some stories are just gossip. Some get repeated like warnings. I was in a cramped locker room in Kansas City when I first heard his name. Heath the Kingpin slapped me on the back. "Kid, did you see who was watching your match out there?" "What are you talking about?" I tried to laugh it off. There are always people watching. The locker room got quieter. Guys exchanged looks. Iron Mastodon spoke next, voice low. "Mr. Hawkins." He made a surprise visit. "CWP? Big deal," I said, trying to sound unimpressed. "What's the matter? Why's everyone acting like he's Freddy Krueger?" "Because he's creepy as hell," Macho Malachi said from across the room. "Don't you know what happens when people get signed by CWP?" "The same thing that happens when anybody signs," I said, annoyed now. "How am I supposed to know?" Juggernaut Jarrett sat beside me. "Mister, Hawkins is a living legend," he said, staring at his forearms like he didn't want to look anyone in the eye. "If he's got his eye on you, you may or may not be living the dream soon." "The dream, huh?" I reached into my locker for my duffel. Jared added casually, "Depends what your definition of a dream is." "Don't listen to them." Cobra Malone snapped as he walked by in a towel, fresh from the shower. "It's just a bunch of heebie-jeebie bullshit." "No, it ain't," Jared insisted. "Bad things happen to people at CWP." He pointed toward the door. "Ever feel like you're being watched out there?" "You kidding?" I said. "When am I not?" So Cobra leaned out from behind his locker, half grinning. "My buddy Randy swears he's seen NASA photos of black holes brighter than that guy's eyes." The room laughed, but it wasn't full laughter. It was the kind that tries to cover unease. "What's supposed to happen if he chooses you?" I asked, still playing it off. Cobra shut his locker and walked past me. "You get to live that dream you were talking about earlier." A few nights later, in the early hours of the morning, I got a phone call. I don't know why I answered. I just did, like something in me knew I needed to. "This is Jeremy." Silence. I almost hung up, and then a voice came through, calm and amused. I expected something more grandiose from Mr. Allister. I sat up straighter. "Very funny. Who is this?" "How rude of me," the voice said with light laughter. "You may call me Mr. Hawkins." "Con?" said, "You always call talent this late to chat?" "Only the ones I'm serious about." His voice hardened slightly. "You shouldn't hesitate before answering the phone." That sentence hit me strangely, not like advice, like a rule. I stood, turned on the light, and tried to sound steady. "So what do you want? You and I both know Sacrifices yield rewards for those who stick around long enough to see them, he said. His tone was warm, in the way promoters and liars can be warm. Are you talking about money? If you're concerned about money, don't worry, he said smoothly. I'll write all sorts of zeros on your check. But I'm offering more than that. Consistent dates, primetime crowds, the opportunity of a lifetime. My head spun. This was what I'd been chasing. So what's the catch? There are no catches, he said too quickly, like he was stepping on the question. 5-year deal, escalating pay, travel covered, medical within reason, input on your character and matches. I don't expect perfection. I expect results. It all sounded perfect. Too perfect. My doubts tried to rise, but his voice flattened them. If I say yes, I asked, what's next? You won't regret anything, he said, confident. That's what's next. All right, I said. Send the contract. I'll read it. You already have it, he replied. My stomach tightened. You don't know where I am. I know enough. I tried to laugh. Overnight delivery, huh? It's in the room, he said. You walked past it when you turned on the light. Check the desk. Left drawer. The line went dead. I stared at my phone like it had bitten me. Then I opened the desk drawer, left side. And there it was, the CWP contract, sitting neatly like it belonged there. I didn't sleep after that. I read it. I reread it. I tried to find the trick. But the truth is, I didn't care about the trick. I cared about finally being seen. When my contract with my previous promotion expired, I flew to Rhode Island to meet Mr. Hawkins at CWP headquarters. The receptionist barely acknowledged me, just pointed down the hall, office at the end. His door was open. He sat behind the desk in a charcoal suit that looked like it absorbed light. Perfectly still, like he'd been waiting so long he'd learned how not to move. I was wondering when you'd arrive, he said with a grin. His eyes tracked me with cold precision. He didn't need an introduction. Not because of his reputation, because I recognized him. He was the same figure I'd seen across the ring when I was a kid. The same stillness, the same feeling of being studied. Except he hadn't aged. No gray hair, no lines, no softness around the eyes. Time hadn't touched him. He looked exactly the same as he had in that civic center when I was 10. I looked down at the contract on the desk between us. The last page. The signature line. My name was already printed at the bottom, like it had always belonged there. Confidence had become second nature by then, but he still gave me the creeps. A deep instinctive discomfort, like my body knew something my mind wouldn't accept. I should have asked questions. I should have walked out. But I didn't. This was everything I'd worked for. The dream. The payoff. The promise that my suffering meant something. My hand hovered over the signature line for what felt like forever. My fingers were unsteady. I signed anyway, and then I left his office as quickly as I could, before I changed my mind. That weekend I went home to celebrate with my family. On the drive, I practiced how to tell them. Every version sounded like a promo, like I was trying too hard. But it didn't matter. They were proud. Everyone except my mom. She said the right things, smiled when she was supposed to, hugged me when she was supposed to. But her eyes didn't match. I wish she'd hit it better, or maybe I wish she'd made it clearer, because that look followed me long after I left, like a warning I didn't know how to hear. At first, CWP felt like everything I'd dreamed of. Big crowds, real production, real lighting, matches that mattered. I worked with names like Atomic, Angus Punk, Raging Ragin, The Mortician, guys who forced me to bring my best every night. But the injuries came fast. Matches got more demanding. The bumps got heavier. There were nights I could barely stand after. There were mornings where my hands shook trying to tie my boots. And yet, somehow, I was always cleared by the next show. I took it as proof they cared about me, that they were taking care of their investment. Now, I understand, I was confusing survival with success. Sleepless nights from pain felt justified, as long as my star rose. I was so focused on being Mr. Allister that I never stopped to consider what it was costing me to keep wearing that skin. The night I wrestled my first televised match for CWP was when I learned the cost wasn't just physical. Before my match with Thanatos, I paced in the locker room in my gear, breathing slow, picturing my entrance, picturing the crowd. This was the moment, the one I'd worked toward my whole career. Then my phone buzzed in my locker. My mom's name. She never called this late. Not like this. "Hey," I answered. "My match is about to be on. Are you and Dad watching?" Jeremy. Her voice was thin and fragile, like she was terrified of what words could do. "What's wrong?" The crowd popped at something out there, and the sound shook the walls. I almost missed her next words. "It's your Uncle Dale. What about him? He passed this afternoon." The meaning didn't register at first. It floated in the air like smoke. Then it hit me. "How?" I asked, voice shaking. "Heart attack." I leaned my back against the wall and stared at my reflection in the dark TV screen across the room. In the glass, I didn't look like myself. I looked like a man wearing someone else's face. "I wanted you to hear it from me," she said, sniffling. Before too much time passed, more cheers outside. All I could manage was, "Yeah, I know tonight's important," she said. "Uncle Dale would be so proud. You don't have to." "No," I cut in. "I'm good." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "Okay," she whispered. "Please be safe." "I will," I said. "I love you." I hung up and stood there for a second, holding the phone like it was heavy. Then a producer shouted from the door, "Allister, you're up in 5." And I did it. I went out there like business as usual, because I didn't have time to be Jeremy. I had to be Mr. Allister. After that, I kept going. House shows, TV, interviews, bumps, checks, pain. And every time I stepped higher in the company, life outside the ring seemed to take something from me. The night my grandma's house burned down, I beat Rex Riot for the Intercontinental Championship. The week Allison lost her battle with cancer, I became #1 contender for the world title. Every step forward cost me something behind me. I tried acceptance for a while, but acceptance turned into avoidance. Painkillers, booze, bad habits, anything to keep my head quiet. Nothing worked for long. I stopped calling home as much. Not because I didn't care, but because every call felt like another opportunity for bad news. I measured time by matches and storylines instead of days. And when I wanted to quit, CWP always gave me just enough money, just enough spotlight, just enough promise to keep me on the hook. Then I won the CWAP World Heavyweight Championship, the belt I'd been chasing my whole life. The night that should have been the best night of my career became the night I understood I wasn't in control anymore. The lights dropped to deep indigo as the organ notes of Mr. Crowley filled the arena. When I stepped through the curtain, the crowd erupted. Signs swayed above the barricade. Camera flashes blinked like fireflies. Hundreds of voices chanted my name and made my chest tighten. Those steps down the ramp, those first steps, are never something you take for granted. Inside the ring, Dominic the Basilisk paced like a predator. Sweat made his unkempt chestnut hair shine under the lights. He worked the crowd perfectly, provoking them, pulling hate and noise out of them with practiced cruelty. He looked like the kind of heel you build a whole company around. Our feud was the biggest story in CWRP. This match was supposed to be the payoff. Everything was exactly how it should be until I noticed a teenager near the front barricade. Fans stare at us all the time. We're bigger than life for them, heroes and villains. But this kid's eyes were empty, lifeless. He wasn't cheering. He wasn't booing. He was just looking at me, like he knew me. I turned to acknowledge that side of the crowd. He was gone. I told myself it was nerves, the pressure, the lights, the moment. I kept walking. Then, a few steps later, I saw him again. Closer. Too close. He was standing only a few feet away from me on the floor level, like security had simply decided he didn't matter. I looked around for guards. Nobody reacted. Nobody noticed. And then I recognized him. Curly brown hair, blue and black flannel, navy jeans. The clothes he'd been buried in. It was Johnny, my brother. His face twisted into a grin that didn't belong on a dead person. My brain screamed that grief was playing tricks, but my eyes insisted he was real. The pyro hit, an explosion of light and sound, and I blinked. He vanished. My boots felt heavy, like cinder blocks were strapped to them. The crowd vibrated the floor with chants. Alistair, Alistair, Alistair. I forced myself up the steel steps. I stepped through the ropes and went to my corner, gripping the top rope so hard my fingers hurt. The referee gave the pre-match instructions. I barely heard him, because Johnny was sitting on the turnbuckle behind the ref, staring at me. His flesh sagged, dripped down his broken neck like something melting. The bell rang. Dominic charged me and drove me down. We rolled on the canvas trading punches. I shoved him off, hit the ropes, came back with a lariat. He popped up. We locked up, testing strength. Then I felt hands on me, ice cold. Not Dominic's. Johnny's. I recoiled, and the timing broke. Dominic's eyes flashed with irritation. "What are you doing?" he muttered. "Shoot me into the ropes," I whispered. "I'll break the headlock." We tried to find the rhythm again, but when I ran the ropes, Johnny was suddenly on the apron, jaw unhinged like a snake. I stumbled on the rebound. Dominic hit an arm drag that looked awkward because I was already off balance, and we landed with a dead, embarrassing thud. The crowd groaned. "Get it together," Dominic hissed. I dragged myself up, pretending it was selling. I splashed him, he kicked out, the crowd reacted, and for a moment, we got back on track. We called spots under our breath, like always. Irish whip into a boot, headlock, counter. We moved like we'd done 100 times. Then Dominic threw himself backward suddenly, selling a move I hadn't even started. I froze. Why would he do that? I went to the outside to salvage the match. We called an audible. He chopped me hard, guided me toward the steps, and slammed me into them. My ribs screamed. The ref started a count. Dominic tossed me back inside. We did a sequence we'd planned earlier. I whipped him into the corner. I ran for the splash and stopped. A gaping hole had split the canvas wide open. I looked down and saw a casket beneath the dirt. Johnny's casket, and behind Dominic, a tombstone stood in the ring like it had always been there. Johnny's name was carved into it. I stumbled back, sweat stinging my eyes. The crowd kept chanting. The ropes vibrated under my hands. I waved off the ref when he came over. Because what could I say? That the ring had become a grave? Then I felt a presence perched above me on the top turnbuckle. A voice spoke inside my head. "Do you miss us?" I looked up. Allison was inches from my face. Her hair hung in tangled black strands like vines. Her eyes were bloodshot and furious. Not sad, not comforting. It didn't feel like my sister visiting me. It felt like something wearing her. Dominic's voice cut through, sharp and angry. "Who the hell are you talking to?" The match fell apart. After that, I botched spots, missed marks, ruined timing. Every mistake made Dominic look worse too, and I could feel his rage building. I was dragging him into my nightmare. Near the finish, I dropped him with a pile driver and went for a cover. The arena lights died, total black. Then a suffocating crimson glow bled through the darkness, and a figure stood across from me in the ring. It moved slowly, heavy, like it had to drag itself through air. I tried to stay in character, tried to stand tall like it was a planned run-in. But when the red light washed over its face, my body locked. Its skin was stretched tight against its skull, like it was ready to tear. Its eyes weren't eyes, just shallow dents, like thumbs pressed into clay. Below them, slick mandibles twitched, threads of saliva stretching and snapping. Its body looked wrong, too muscled, like something inside had grown in the wrong direction. The crowd roared, expecting a payoff. I couldn't move. Then something in me snapped, and I threw a real punch. My fist hit bone. The figure wobbled backward. The crowd popped, thinking it was all part of the show. They had no idea I was swinging, because I thought I was about to die. The canvas beneath my boots shifted. I looked down and saw an outline moving under the surface, like something swimming beneath ice. It slid under my feet and vanished. Dominic screamed, and in that scream, the truth hit me hard. There was no monster. There had never been. I'd smashed Dominic's nose open, given him color the hard way. I'd gone into business for myself without meaning to. The ref rushed between us, talking fast into his earpiece. The finish changed on the fly. We were going home. I hit a DDT, forced my body through the last beats of the match, and hooked Dominic's leg for the pin. Hands shaking. 1, 2. Ding. The announcer screamed that I was the new champion. The crowd erupted. The ref put the belt in my hands. I lifted it above my head, because that's what you do. To them, I had achieved my dream. But while I stood there with gold in my hands, I could still feel something moving under the ring, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to me. Dominic rolled out. He leaned against the barricade, blood pouring down his face. The look he gave me wasn't just anger. It was fear mixed with disgust. We both knew the match was a disaster. We both knew something was deeply wrong with me. I don't remember much about walking back through the curtain. People swarmed me. Congratulations. Water bottles. Hands on my shoulders. Someone called it one of the most unpredictable finishes they'd ever seen. That word stuck. Unpredictable. Because that's what it is when you lose control of yourself in front of thousands of people and nobody realizes it isn't part of the act. When I got to Gorilla, Dominic was already there, towel pressed to his face, soaked red. He got right in my face. "What the fucking hell was that?" he demanded. "Were you trying to go into business for yourself?" Over his shoulder, I saw Mr. Hawkins by the monitors. He hadn't moved an inch. While everyone else rushed around, he stood still, watching like he'd seen it all before. "Give him the chance to speak," Hawkins said calmly, his headset dangling from his hand. My ears rang. My hands felt numb. I couldn't stop seeing the tombstone, the casket, the red light. "No," I said finally. "I didn't mean it. There was something out there. Didn't you see it?" Dominic laughed without humor. "The only thing I saw was an inflated ego." "I'm serious," I said, grabbing his wrist. "There was a monster. You have to believe me." "Yeah, and I'm Peter fucking Pan," he snapped, yanking away. "Get the hell out of here with that bullshit." He walked off, leaving a trail of blood drops like breadcrumbs. Then Hawkins stepped in front of me, like he'd been waiting. "You and I," he said, "will talk in my office." I followed him, without arguing. The deeper we went down the corridor, the quieter it got, until the roar of the arena felt like a memory. In his office, he sat like he always did, composed, still. "You did well out there," he said. I shook my head. "That was the worst match of my career, and you know it." He smiled slightly. I saw a crowd on their feet. "You were crowned champion. That was your moment. You should celebrate." "To hell with the crowd," I said. Something was out there. I saw Johnny. I saw Allison, and something else. "Why is this happening? And what exactly did you see?" he asked, like he was curious in a polite way. Not worried. "My brother, my sister, they're dead. They were there. And then, that thing." He leaned back. "Why are you questioning what you've worked so hard to create?" "I'm questioning you," I said. "What the hell is this place?" "This place," he said, voice settling like cold mist, "is exactly what you wanted it to be. Home." "It doesn't feel like home," I said, and the words nearly broke. "My family. Bad things keep happening to my family. Loss has a way of refining people," he said. Detached, calm. It clears away the unnecessary. I stared at him. "Are you saying this is part of the deal?" "It's in your contract," he said simply. My stomach twisted. "I didn't agree to that." "You agreed to what sustains the life you live now. You're talking about my family like they're expendable." He folded his arms. "Aren't they? You've treated them that way." "That's not true." He stood and paced slowly. "Missed phone calls. Empty promises. How often did you go home? How often did you choose them over the road?" I couldn't answer. He smiled like he'd won an argument that started years ago. "What if I walk away?" I asked. He chuckled quietly, almost kindly. "You won't." And he was right. A few days later, in a hotel room before a show in Florida, my mom called. My father had suffered a stroke. He died not long after. When she told me, I didn't react right away. Not because I didn't care, because my body didn't know what to do with another loss. I stared at the championship belt across the bed, gold catching the light, and all I could think was that he'd been my biggest supporter since the beginning. Now he was gone too. After the funeral, my mom told me I didn't have to go back. She said I'd proven enough. When I asked what she meant, she said, "You've given everything to everyone but yourself. I don't want to lose you to something that can't love you back." Those words followed me when I returned to CWPP. I came early for my first show back. Doors weren't open yet. The building felt dead. I figured I could warm up and get my head straight. That's when I heard chanting. Not from the crowd, the seats were empty. From somewhere deep inside the building. Alistair, Alistair, Alistair. I walked down the hallway and peeked through the curtain. Under jaundiced lights, a group of local trainees and jobbers stood shoulder to shoulder in the ring, chanting like a ritual. Their bodies twitched and writhed as if something was pulling strings under their skin. You've still got it. You've still got it. The more the ring trembled. The canvas began to swell in uneven pulses. The ropes contracted and expanded like lungs. Then a massive pale hand pushed up through the canvas as if the mat was skin. It stretched its fingers outward, and slime-like residue hung between them in wet threads. Voices layered over each other in my head. "Go," cried the living mouths that still knew fear. "Stay," begged the dead ones, rasping through pain long forgotten. The hand lunged and grabbed the nearest man by the ankle. He didn't fight. He didn't scream. He just let it pull him down. The ring swallowed him with a hollow splash. Crunching sounds followed, wet and wrong, like bone breaking inside a throat. Then more shapes moved under the surface. One by one, the men were dragged under. Each disappearance came with tearing, sloshing, and a sound like meat being ripped apart. And the whole time, a chant filled the empty arena like it was packed. "Thank you, Alistair. Thank you, Alistair." When the last man vanished, the lights stabilized. The chanting stopped. The ring returned to normal, as lifeless as a prop. I stood there shaking, trying to understand what I'd just watched. Then a crew member nearly bumped into me. "Hey," he said, puzzled. "You're early." I stared at him. "Where are the trainees? Weren't they here?" He shrugged. "They're probably running behind. They'll be here." He spoke like I was asking about a late pizza. That's when I knew I couldn't tell anyone. If I told them, I'd be called crazy, sent to doctors, pulled from TV, labeled unreliable. And worse than that, I wasn't sure it would matter. It felt like the building itself decided what people could notice. That night, after my match, I went to Gorilla and saw Hawkins by the monitors again. I snapped. "I want out," I said. "I want out of my contract. I don't know how you're doing this, but you're not going to scare me into staying." He smiled like he was enjoying a show. "Do you really think leaving will change anything?" he asked. "I'm not scared of you." He adjusted his cufflinks like he was bored. "You're a terrible liar. You've always been scared. It's why you were put on this path." My voice shook despite me trying to keep it steady. "Why did you seek me out?" He leaned in slightly, voice low. "Jeremy, do you really believe there was ever a version of your life where we didn't meet?" I didn't answer. I knew better than to step into that question. After that, everything changed. Creative had planned a long title reign for me. Those plans died overnight. I lost the belt clean to Dominic in a rematch that lasted seconds. I fell down the card fast. Cheers turned into boos, and boos turned into silence. It was like the company was erasing me in real time. But I'm still here. I still lace my boots. I still step through the curtain. I still pretend CWP is normal, because I don't know what else to do. I do business, and hope that being quiet and compliant makes me less noticeable. Because I don't want to be taken by whatever is under that ring. If there are any wrestlers, staff, production, or fans of championship wrestling promotions who can confirm any of this, if anyone else has seen the things I've seen, I need you now more than ever. I have to go. My match is about to start. If I don't come back, don't let them tell you this place is just wrestling. Don't let them turn it into another rumor, another locker room story. Another joke. I'll respond as soon as I can. Godspeed. Story 7. I've been hiking my whole life. My parents took me out at least once a month when I was growing up. And when I moved out and had more freedom, I started going alone whenever I could. The woods have always been the one place that made sense to me. Quiet, honest, predictable in a way people aren't. You respect nature, you prepare, you pay attention, and most of the time you're fine. I've never been afraid out there. Not of bears, not of coyotes, not of being alone in the dark with nothing but a headlamp and the sound of wind in the trees. That changed on my last trip. A few weeks ago, I decided I wanted a longer trek than usual. Most of my hikes are 1 or 2 days. Pack light, move fast, one night in the tent, then back to work and normal life. This time, I wanted something that would force me to stay out there long enough for my head to fully reset. I wanted the kind of hike where your phone feels like a distant concept, and the only schedule that matters is sunrise and sunset. I'd recently heard about a trail not too far from where I live, maybe 50 miles away. Supposedly, it took 4 days to hike the full thing. That sounded perfect. The weird part was that I'd lived in the area for a couple years and had never heard of it, and I'm the kind of person who reads trail reports for fun. But the guy who told me about it wasn't some random internet comment. He was someone I trusted, someone who'd been hiking as long as I had. He gave me directions to the trailhead and handed me 2 printed maps. One was a simple guide for getting there, and the other was his map of the trail itself. It was marked up with his notes, long stretches of unmarked hiking, a couple ponds, little notations of animals he'd seen. It looked exactly like what I wanted. Quiet, remote, and not overused. I remember feeling excited in that specific way you only feel when you think you found something that still feels undiscovered. Not a tourist trail, not a crowded park path, something that belongs to hikers. It took me a bit to set everything up. I had to request time off work, find someone to watch my dog, and let a couple people know where I'd be and when I planned to be back. My parents drilled those habits into me when I was young. Always tell someone your route. Always have a plan. Always assume something could go wrong, even if the trail is easy. Once everything was arranged, I packed like I always do. Tent, sleeping bag, water filter, food, headlamp, extra batteries, first aid kit, knife, a map I could hold in my hands, not a phone screen, the basics. Enough to be safe without turning my pack into a punishment. The drive out was about 40 minutes. It was easy enough, mostly highway. Then, a couple smaller roads. I didn't have much trouble finding the spot the map indicated. But when I pulled up, it didn't look like most trailheads. There was no sign. No parking lot, really. Just a widened stretch of dirt and gravel that looked like it might have been used by hunters or maintenance trucks. The only marker I saw was a red diamond nailed into a tree. That was it. No trail name, no information board, no leave no trace reminder. Just that small red shape on bark, like a secret signal. I told myself that was part of the appeal. A trail that didn't advertise itself. I didn't want to waste daylight, so I geared up right away and started walking. The first few hours were honestly great. The map matched what I was seeing. The terrain was exactly what I expected. Steady hiking through woods, nothing too steep, enough variation to keep it interesting. The sun was out. There was a light breeze that kept me from overheating. Birds were calling from somewhere I couldn't see. My pace felt strong. My pack sat right on my shoulders, no rubbing, no shifting. The kind of start that makes you feel like you planned everything perfectly. I remember thinking, this is going to be a good one. As the light started to fade, and I could tell the sun would be down soon, I picked a spot maybe 100 feet off the trail to set up camp. I've always preferred being slightly off trail. It feels more private, and it keeps you from waking up to someone walking past your tent at dawn. I cleared away sticks, set up my tent, and started getting things organized. That's when the first wrong feeling hit me. It wasn't a specific sound. It was more like my body got tense for no clear reason, as if some part of me had noticed something my conscious mind hadn't. I kept hearing twigs snap, leaves shifting, and something else too, something like huffing, the sound of a large animal breathing through its nose. None of that is unusual in the woods. You're surrounded by leaves and branches and little animals moving around. A deer stepping on a stick can sound huge if you're sitting alone in the dark. And sometimes you hear a snort or a huff when an animal catches your scent and doesn't like it. But this felt close, too close. And it didn't come and go the way animal movement usually does. It felt like something was staying near me, circling, checking. Once the tent was up, I swept my flashlight around and did a quick scan. Tree trunks, undergrowth, shadows. Nothing out of place. No glowing eyes. No movement. I didn't see anything. I made dinner anyway. Hung my food the way you're supposed to. Took care of the routine, because routines keep you calm. When you're alone outdoors, you learn to trust your habits. Then, I climbed into my tent. I told myself I needed sleep. I wanted to be up early for the first full day of hiking, and I knew how miserable a long hike feels when you start it tired. I fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed, but the next thing I remember is waking up completely alert. Snap. The sound was so close, it didn't feel like it came from the forest. It felt like it came from inches away, like something had stepped on a twig right beside my tent wall. I stayed still and listened. My breathing went shallow without me meaning to, like my body was trying to make less noise. Another snap. Then, the rustle of leaves. There was definitely something outside, close enough that I could picture it standing right there, head lowered, sniffing the tent fabric. My first thought was deer, or maybe a raccoon, some animal curious about the scent of food or soap, or just something unfamiliar. This trail supposedly wasn't heavily used, and wildlife can get weird around new smells. I listened for a few more minutes. The sounds slowed. Eventually, everything went quiet. No footsteps, no movement, no breathing. I started to drift back toward sleep. Then I heard it. Jason. My eyes opened so fast it hurt. The voice didn't sound like a person standing outside my tent. Not exactly. It wasn't clear or full. It was thin, like the word had been dragged through something before it reached my ears. But it was my name. There was no mistaking that. I held my breath and waited, frozen. A few seconds later, I heard it again. Longer this time, drawn out like a whisper that didn't want to end. Jason. That normal, calm part of my mind tried to explain it. Maybe the wind. Maybe my brain half dreaming. Maybe someone else hiking who somehow knew me. But how would anyone out there know my name? I didn't answer. I didn't call back. I did the only thing my body seemed capable of doing. I got ready to move. As quietly as I could, I pulled my clothes on. My hands felt clumsy, like they were too big for the task. I grabbed my flashlight and my knife, and then, without giving myself time to think it through, I unzipped the tent and burst out into the night. The cold air hit my face. My flashlight beam cut through the trees in a hard white line. At first, there was nothing, just trunks, branches, the uneven ground, and the darkness beyond the reach of my light. I stood there breathing hard, scanning in wide arcs, forcing my eyes to focus. I walked around the tent, checking every side, shining my light behind trees, into brush, at the base of trunks. Nothing moved, no animal, no person, no sound except my own breath and the distant, ordinary night noise I'd stopped hearing because my pulse was so loud in my ears. A shaky relief started to creep in. I told myself I'd imagined the voice, or I'd heard something else, and my sleeping brain shaped it into my name. Sleep does weird things. The woods do weird things. I started to calm down enough to return to the tent. That was when I noticed the zipper. My tent door was open, unzipped. I stared at it for a second, confused. I remembered zipping it. I always zip it. It's automatic. It keeps bugs out, keeps the warmth in, keeps you feeling sealed off from the world. I tried to tell myself I must have rushed out and forgotten to close it, but I could clearly remember unzipping it to get out, which meant it had already been unzipped before that. My mouth went dry. I kept my flashlight on and aimed the beam into the tent, expecting maybe to see my sleeping bag shifted, or my pack tipped over, or nothing at all. There was something inside. It was crouched low, taking up too much space and somehow not taking up enough, like it didn't fit the shape of the tent or the shape of anything that should exist. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over sharp bones, in a way that made it look fragile, like it could tear open if it moved too fast. Its arms were too long. They reached down past where its knees should have been. Its legs looked like they made up most of its body, as if someone had built it wrong and then kept going anyway. My eyes locked onto its mouth. Teeth. Too many of them, or maybe the right number but the wrong size. There were sharp, thin points pressing against the skin of its upper lip, like they were trying to break through, like they'd grown past what its face could contain. Its eyes were pale, too. Not glowing, not bright, just pale, like watered-down color. And the worst part was that it wasn't looking at me the way an animal would. It wasn't startled. It wasn't defensive. It was just there. Then it made a sound, rough and hoarse, like the word had to be pushed out of a throat that didn't know how to speak. Jason. I didn't think. I didn't weigh options. I didn't tell myself to grab my gear, or to stand my ground, or to shine the light in its eyes. I ran. I ran so hard my lungs burned almost immediately. I didn't stop to see if it followed. I didn't listen for footsteps. I only heard my name behind me, faint at first, then fading as the distance grew. Jason. Jason. I stayed on the trail as best I could, guided by instinct and the shape of the ground under my feet. I tripped more than once. My pack bounced. My flashlight beam swung wildly, but I kept moving. Somehow I made it back to my car. I still had my keys in my pocket. I remember that detail, because if I hadn't, I don't know what I would have done. My hands shook so badly I dropped them once before I got the door open. Then I threw myself into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and locked it like a lock meant anything in the middle of the woods. I started the car and drove. I didn't stop until I was back in town, under streetlights, surrounded by other cars, other people, other normal life. Even then, I kept checking my mirrors, like I expected something pale and stretched to be sitting in the back seat. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it crouched inside my tent, like it belonged there. I don't know what I saw. It wasn't an animal, but it wasn't a person either. It looked like something that had learned just enough about being human to imitate the shape, and not enough to get it right. All I know is this. It knew my name, and it said it like it had been waiting to say it. Story 8. I'm in my senior year of college, as a criminology major, and one of the classes I have to take before I graduate is an internship course. The idea is simple on paper. A professor coordinates with students and places us at an organization related to our field, so we can get real experience to balance out the theory-heavy classes that, if I'm being honest, sometimes feel pointless. I was placed at the Central State Prison. At the time, I was thrilled. I've always been interested in corrections, and I'm also drawn to the psychology side of things. Behavioral analysis, treatment plans, criminal thinking patterns, all of that. When I got the placement email, I remember reading it twice just to make sure I hadn't misunderstood. A real prison, a real facility, real professionals, real cases. I was already picturing myself learning from people who had been doing this for years, asking smart questions, sitting in on assessments, maybe even getting to observe how mental health staff deal with inmates who are genuinely unstable. I wish I could say I'm still that excited. I'm only 3 days into this internship, and more has happened than I ever expected. I'll admit something embarrassing. Part of me secretly hoped I'd see something crazy going in. Not anything tragic, but something intense enough to make me feel like I was living out my own Brooklyn Nine-Nine fantasy of being involved in big dramatic moments. If there is a God that heard that wish, they took it the wrong way. The weirdness started on the first day. My supervisor is Mr. Hiley. He's my direct point of contact, and he introduced me to staff as soon as I arrived. I'm the only intern they hired this semester, which meant I couldn't quietly blend into the background. Everyone knew who I was. Everyone knew why I was there. People smiled, nodded, shook my hand, and then went right back to whatever they were doing. After introductions, Mr. Haley gave me a tour. The facility is huge, bigger than I imagined, and not nearly as chaotic or filthy as I expected either. It's well lit, spacious, surprisingly clean. There's still that dingy, sweaty smell you'd expect in a building that holds hundreds, maybe 1,000 men, all living on top of each other. It's not the smell of one person's sweat. It's the smell of too many bodies in one system. But in terms of upkeep, nothing looked like it was falling apart or violating health codes. Our footsteps echoed as we walked. His voice echoed too, as he talked about different sectors, different routines, the history of small details that meant nothing to me yet, but clearly meant something to him. He spoke like a man who had rehearsed this tour in his head 100 times. I didn't notice at first how strange it was that the only voice I could hear was his. He eventually led me down one of the cell hallways. Most of the cells were occupied, 2 men per cell. Different ages, different looks. Some older, some young enough to be my classmates. Some pacing, some sitting, some just staring forward like they'd been unplugged from their own bodies. Mr. Hiley brought me to an empty cell in the middle of the row. He took his time unlocking it and opening the door, like this part mattered more than it should. He stepped aside so I could look inside. It was maybe 10 feet by 10 feet. 2 beds on opposing walls, a toilet in the corner. Standard prison cell stuff. But it was clean enough that it looked unused, like nobody had lived there in a while. I remember thinking that was odd. Considering every other cell looked occupied, I assumed it was used for intake, or someone had been moved, or it was being held for a reason I didn't need to know yet. Then we walked back out of the hallway, and that's when I noticed something that didn't match what I expected at all. None of the inmates looked at me. Not one. No one yelled. No one made a joke. No one even glanced up in curiosity. They didn't stare me down like I was prey. They didn't test me to see if I'd flinch. They didn't act like they cared that a new person had stepped into their space. They looked right through me. At the time, it felt like a relief. I told myself the staff must run a tight ship, and the inmates knew better than to draw attention. But even as I told myself that, I couldn't shake the uneasiness. People look. Humans look. Especially in a place where there's nothing to do but watch the world for any small change. Because I'd told Mr. Hale I was especially interested in mental health work, he introduced me to the facility's psychologist. Her name was Diane Kendrick. Dr. Kendrick. She was older, probably late 50s or 60s, and she carried herself like someone used to being listened to. Mr. Haley left me with her while he went on lunch break. Her office looked like what you'd expect from a professional in a prison. Functional, not personal. The walls were mostly bare, except for diplomas and certificates behind her desk. The shelves were full of mental health books, self-help titles, and textbooks that looked like they'd been handled 1,000 times. On her desk was a mug that said, "Keep calm and practice CBT," holding pens and highlighters. It looked like it came from some Etsy trend years ago. There were picture frames too, but the images were hard to make out. Small figures standing in an open field, maybe. Too far away and slightly blurred, like the camera had focused on the sky instead of the people. The whole room smelled like a strong floral perfume. Not light, not fresh, heavy. The kind of scent that hangs around in fabric. After small talk about my major and my interests, I asked what I thought was a normal question. "So, Dr. Kendrick, what does a typical day look like for you?" She answered calmly. She explained she mostly works day shift. That night shift is covered by nursing staff. She starts at 7, does paperwork, sees patients, works through treatment plans, and usually leaves around 6. She said it like someone reciting a routine that never changes. Then she closed her eyes for a moment and put a finger to her chin like she was searching her memory. And she added something I can't stop thinking about. "It's a long work day," she said, "but I like to make sure I get everything done and leave it all here before going home. You will quickly learn that a healthy work-life balance is very important with this kind of job. Some things can haunt you if you don't take proper care of yourself." I nodded automatically, but my stomach tightened. Haunt. It was such a weird word choice. Professionals in this field talk about burnout, compassion fatigue, trauma exposure, secondary trauma. They don't say haunt, not like that. Not like she was speaking from experience in a way that wasn't metaphorical. Dr. Kendrick kept talking, but my attention lagged for a minute, because my brain was stuck on that word. I tried to bring myself back and kept asking questions. Her schooling, her favorite part of the work, what types of cases she sees, what kind of therapy she uses. Eventually, the conversation shifted into the methods she prefers. "I have somewhat eccentric beliefs that many people in my field might disagree with," she said. "I've just found that these methods work best for my clients. I like to practice psychodynamic therapy through hypnosis." That threw me. Hypnosis? In a prison? It sounded outdated, like something you'd read about in the context of Freud and early psychotherapy. Still, I didn't want to be disrespectful. If it was helping people, who was I to judge? She watched my expression and added, "It's really helpful if I can get into the minds of my patients without any roadblocks getting in the way." Something about the way she said it made the hair on my arms prickle. It didn't sound like an evidence-based discussion. It sounded like someone describing a technique that required permission from something that doesn't always give it. Then, Mr. Haley returned from lunch and guided me out, and we headed toward the cafeteria. I was nervous about that part. Eating in the same room as inmates, even with staff present, is one of those things that sounds fine in theory and feels different in reality. But what I saw in there didn't match any prison movie I've ever watched. It was orderly, too orderly. The inmates filed in quietly. No talking, no joking, no arguing, no side conversations. They took their trays, got served food that only vaguely resembled food, and then walked in single file to what looked like assigned seats. Then they ate, in total silence. I had never seen anything like it. Even in a school cafeteria, kids talk. Even in a library, people whisper. Silence on that scale didn't feel peaceful. It felt controlled, like a pressure in the air. I stood there staring, trying not to look like a tourist. Mr. Haley seemed unfazed, like this was normal, like this was the goal. I assumed nobody would approach me, so I grabbed my tray and picked a random seat to eat. A young inmate sat beside me. He had a mousy look, thin, small, the kind of face that looks more suited to a college lecture than a prison yard. He didn't look tough. He didn't look like someone who belonged here. I wondered what he'd done, but I wasn't going to ask. Then he started making this obnoxious noise with his spoon, banging it against the tray and the food container. Not normal eating sounds, louder than necessary, like he was trying to get my attention without speaking. I looked up at him, irritated. Then I looked down at his plate. In his runny mashed potatoes, he'd written something that looked like help. My throat went dry. I looked back at him, and he was already staring at me. His eyes were full of terror. Tears were pooling, but he wasn't making a sound. It was like his face wanted to scream, and his body refused. Before I could ask him what he meant, he turned back to his tray and started shoveling the mashed potatoes into his mouth, destroying the message as he ate. Tears dripped into his food, and he didn't even wipe them away. It looked like a person trying to erase their own plea for help before someone saw. I sat there frozen, trying to decide what to do. If I stood up and caused a scene, I could get in trouble on my first day. If I said something to staff, I'd have to explain why I was even looking at his food. And part of me kept trying to rationalize it as a prank, a hazing thing, something inmates do to mess with the new intern. But he didn't look like he was joking. He looked like he was drowning. I forced myself to eat a few bites even though my stomach didn't want food anymore. Then I gathered my tray and moved closer to where Mr. Haley was standing, telling myself I'd watch and observe and figure out what the right move was later. While I stood there scanning the room, I met the eyes of another inmate sitting across from me. He had a shaved head, but instead of hair there were tattoos across his scalp, down his face, and as far as his black jumpsuit allowed me to see. He had the kind of presence that normally would have made me look away, but I couldn't. There was a strange glint in his eyes, like light caught on a wet surface. When he noticed me, his eyes widened, not in surprise, in a way that didn't look human. I didn't think someone could widen their eyes that much without the muscles giving out. It was like he was forcing them open, like he wanted to show me how much he could see. I felt nauseous. I should have looked away. I should have broken eye contact immediately, but my body wouldn't do it. I stayed locked in. He flicked his gaze toward Mr. Haley standing beside me, then back to me, over and over, like he was telling me something without words. I didn't understand what he wanted, but I nodded anyway. A small, stupid nod. I don't know why I did it. It just happened. Like my brain decided compliance was safer. He kept staring for the rest of lunch, unblinking. He ate mechanically the entire time, shoveling food into his mouth without stopping, without chewing normally, like he wasn't tasting it. The tears that had formed earlier dried too fast, and then I watched the whites of his eyes begin to bloom red, like blood vessels breaking. The red spread, replacing the white. Then tears came again, except they were bloody. Bloody tears ran down the sides of his face, and he didn't wipe them away. Nobody around him reacted. Not the guards, not the staff, not the inmates beside him. Like they didn't see it, like it wasn't happening, or like it was so normal that it didn't matter. I felt like I was in a trance, stuck in that moment, and the only thing that broke it was the end of lunch. The shuffling of feet, walkie-talkies beeping and hissing, trays scraping, chairs moving. The tattooed inmate blinked once, finally, like the spell was broken. Then Mr. Haley spoke beside me. "Why don't I show you to my office?" he asked. My throat was too tight to speak. I just nodded. We walked down more hallways, to his office, close to where Dr. Kendricks was. His office looked similar. Plain, functional, the kind of space meant for paperwork and authority. He explained the nature of his role as the head warden. I tried to listen. I really did. But my mind kept circling the cafeteria, the silence, the spoon, the mashed potato message, the eyes, the bloody tears, the way nobody reacted. Mr. Hale gave me a menial task while he handled something urgent. There was a small desk in the corner that looked like it had been put together quickly for me. I sat down and did what he asked, hands still slightly shaky. Afterward, I clicked on the computer out of habit, and, mostly out of desperation, I started Googling the facility. I wanted an explanation I could hold on to. A past riot, a scandal, a lawsuit, a mass incident that could account for why everyone seemed off. There was nothing. It opened in December of 1884. That part shocked me. Older than I assumed. Mr. Hale became head warden in 2022. Normal news articles about policy changes, budget updates. Nothing that explained what I was seeing. So I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe the inmates I noticed were mental health patients. Maybe they were on heavy medication. Maybe the silence was forced by strict rules. Maybe I was reading too much into it because I walked in expecting danger. I told myself I just needed to make it through 10 weeks. Keep my head down, learn what I could, graduate, and move on. I promised myself I wouldn't spiral. I wouldn't let my imagination make this into something bigger. But the truth is, the first day didn't feel like adjusting to prison life. It felt like I had stepped into a place where people were behaving according to rules I hadn't been told yet. And I can't stop thinking about that empty cell in the middle of the hall. How clean it was. How deliberately Mr. Haley showed it to me. How quiet the inmates were as we passed. Like they didn't want to acknowledge me. Or like they didn't want something else to notice that I was there. That was day one. Since then, I've started learning things that basic searches won't tell you. Not because they're classified, but because nobody outside the building would think to ask. I don't know if what I'm seeing is normal for this kind of facility, or if something is deeply wrong here, and I'm the only one reacting the way a normal person would. I needed to put it somewhere. I needed other eyes on it, even if they're just reading words on a screen. I'll update when I can, if I can, because if this is only the first day, I don't know what the rest of the internship is going to look like. And the worst part is this. A part of me is starting to feel like the prison isn't going to let me stay a quiet observer. It already noticed me. Story 9. I was born and spent my early years in the Bronx. When I was 10, my mother moved me and my brother up to northern New York. She had family up here, and she was scared. My father's killer had been released from prison, and she didn't want us in the same city anymore. I didn't fully understand the fear at that age, but I understood the urgency. Our whole life changed fast, like someone slammed a door, and we just had to follow. After a few years, my grandfather sold his property in the Bronx and followed us upstate. He bought a place on the north side of our new town, close to the river, and we moved in with him. It felt like a fresh start. New school, new neighborhood, new woods. I wasn't used to how much space there was. Back in the Bronx, there was always sound, voices, sirens, cars, people. Up here, the quiet felt like its own kind of noise. The house itself was a nice double-wide prefab with an extension and a garage. Behind it, there was a cement patio you could access through glass sliding doors. Someone had built a wooden roof over the patio to block rain and snow. Past that was maybe half an acre of backyard. There was an above-ground pool with a wooden deck, and behind the pool was a big tool shed where we kept the riding mower. The edge of our property backed up to woods that seemed endless when you were a kid. Tree line, brush, shadows. The kind of woods that look harmless during the day and feel like they're holding secrets at night. The weirdness started almost immediately. Nothing dramatic at first, no monsters, no obvious horror movie moments. Just a feeling. Whenever I was outside at night, I felt watched. Not the normal kind of watched either, like when you're a kid and you imagine eyes in the darkness. This was physical. My body would tighten. My shoulders would lift. The hair on my arms would rise. I'd get that instinctive urge to move closer to the house, closer to lights, closer to something man-made. If I ignored it and stayed outside anyway, the feeling didn't fade. It got worse. Like whatever was out there noticed I wasn't listening. As I got older, things slowly escalated. In the winter, I'd find footprints in the snow that didn't make sense. They would circle the house and stop at every window, facing inward. Each window, like someone had walked around the house deliberately, paused in front of the glass, stood there for a moment, and then moved on. At the time, I thought we had a stalker. I didn't want to say it out loud, because saying it made it real, and it made it my responsibility somehow. But in my head, that was the explanation. A person. Someone messing with us. Someone watching. Nothing happened during those early years that I could point to and say, here, this is proof. It was just patterns and feelings, and things that could be shrugged off by adults who didn't want to think too hard about it. By high school, I met my best friend, Chris, not his real name, but he's still my best friend to this day. I didn't have a lot of friends. Honestly, I didn't have any real friends until him. A lot of people in that town were racist and didn't hide it. I was Hispanic and from New York City, and to some of them that was enough to label me as trouble before I ever opened my mouth. Chris wasn't like that. He stood up for me when other people ran their mouths. He didn't act like he was doing me a favor either. He just treated me like a person. When we first started hanging out, we did what bored teenagers do in small towns. We wandered. We explored the woods behind my grandfather's property. The woods always gave us a weird vibe, even during the day. Not just, it's creepy because it's dark. More like the space felt wrong. Like the air changed once you stepped past the property line. Like the woods didn't want you in them. Still, we went in anyway. We were kids, trying to be brave. We built a fort out of fallen logs. It was terrible, barely held together, but we treated it like a headquarters. We'd hang out there, sometimes messing around with cheap LARP stuff, pretending it was some hideout or outpost. One day, while we were wandering farther than usual, we found a pit. It looked wrong immediately. Not like a natural dip in the ground, more like someone had started digging and then stopped. The edges were uneven. The dirt looked disturbed. For reasons I can't explain now, we decided to dig it out and see how deep it went. Teenage curiosity is stupid that way. If something looks like it's hiding a secret, you feel like it owes you an answer. We got about 3 feet down before we hit something metal. A shopping cart. It was buried in the dirt, jammed in at an angle like it had been shoved there on purpose. And behind it, behind where the cart's frame blocked the view, we could see the beginning of a makeshift tunnel, cut into the earth. We just stared at it. Then we did the smartest thing we did that entire summer. We freaked out and left. We talked about it for weeks afterward and swore we'd come back with better tools and maybe even bring a flashlight and see where the tunnel went. But when the next summer came, we couldn't find the spot again. Either we were remembering it wrong, or something had been filled in, or maybe the woods had shifted just enough to make the place disappear, the way deep woods can. As we got older, Chris and I got into the standard teenage guy nonsense. We'd sneak a beer or two sometimes, drink them in the backyard, and act like it made us tough. My grandfather had built a second shed on the opposite side of the first one, closer to the edge of the woods, and that became our hangout spot. We just called it the shed. It had chairs, random junk, and enough space to sit and talk without adults listening. Right outside that shed, I dug out a fire pit and circled it with rocks. I didn't do it nicely. It was functional, that's all. We started having small fires out there at night, messing around, drinking cheap beer, talking about school and girls, and whatever else felt important back then. That's when the activity started picking up. One night we were inside the shed, and we heard footsteps outside, not far away, right around the shed, like someone was circling it, crunching leaves, slow steps on dirt. Chris heard it too, because he stopped talking mid-sentence and looked at me with that wide-eyed, "Are you hearing this?" expression. We went quiet. The footsteps moved around the shed for a minute, maybe 2. Then the rustling stopped, and immediately after that, something slammed into the wall. A hard pounding, like a fist or a tool, or someone throwing their shoulder into the wood. Not one hit, several. Fast, aggressive. We froze so hard I could barely breathe. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the moment the door opens and someone comes in. But the door didn't open. The banging kept going for what felt like forever. Then it stopped. We stayed silent for a long time after that, waiting for whatever it was to move away. When we finally couldn't stand it anymore, we threw open the shed door and sprinted to the house, like we could outrun the feeling of being hunted. We locked the doors behind us and stood there, shaking and laughing in that panicked way people laugh when their bodies don't know what emotion to choose. You'd think that would have made us stop hanging out back there. It didn't. If anything, it made us more curious, like we needed to prove to ourselves that we weren't scared. Or maybe we were just addicted to that rush. Either way, we kept going back. For a long time, the pattern repeated. Most nights, we were out there. We'd hear rustling, sometimes footsteps. Some nights, the banging would start again. Eventually, it started feeling normal, in the way a bad situation can become routine if you live inside it long enough. But one night, we saw it. It was probably midnight or later. We had a fire going out in the pit near the shed. We were sitting with our backs to the yard. The shed was on our right, the house was on our left, and in front of us was the tree line that separated our property from the neighbors across the way. The fire popped and hissed. The air smelled like smoke and damp leaves. I heard rustling in front of us, not off to the side, not deep in the woods, right in the tree line. I looked up. My heart dropped so fast it made me feel sick. I went cold all over, like my body had shut down everything except fear. Something tall was standing there, half in shadow, facing us. At first my mind tried to reject it. It tried to call it a tree trunk, a trick of the firelight, anything. But it moved. Slowly, it leaned forward, and as it leaned, I realized it didn't have a face, or at least, it had no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank surface where a face should be. Its body was thin and tall and looked naked, I think. The skin was so dark that I couldn't see any texture, like it wasn't skin at all. It was like a hole shaped like a person, a 3D shadow, a void that had learned to stand upright. I remember thinking, I'm finally losing it. I'm actually going insane. Then I saw Chris already running. He didn't say anything. He just bolted toward the house like his body had decided for him. That snapped me out of it. I turned and ran too. That was only the first time. We saw it again after that, more than once. Most of the sightings happened on nights when we had fire. Eventually, we stopped using the pit and started using an old rusty chimenea the previous owners had left on the stone patio. It had ornate metalwork, the kind of thing that looks fancy until you realize it's been rusting for years. Even then, it would show up. Sometimes it stayed at the tree line. Sometimes it moved along it like it was patrolling. Always silent, always watching. Later, when we were a little older, Chris started dating a girl I'll call Vanessa. Vanessa came over a lot. She hung out with us on the property like it was no big deal. Most people didn't like coming to my place at night. They'd say it was too quiet or too creepy and laugh it off. Vanessa didn't seem bothered until the night she was. I was alone in my room. Chris was in the shower across the hall. Vanessa was in the dining room just outside my bedroom door to the right. Next to the bathroom door, off the dining room, was a small laundry room. That laundry room had a second back door that led to a small wooden porch and steps down to the stone patio. We always kept that door locked. I was sitting in my room when I heard a huge crashing sound. Then Vanessa screamed. I ran out, heart pounding, and she was standing in the dining room pale as paper, staring at the laundry room. Her eyes were wide, her mouth open like she couldn't decide whether to scream again or throw up. Something busted it open, she yelled. I followed her gaze. The back door in the laundry room was wide open, not cracked, not unlocked, and swinging, wide open like something had hit it hard enough to force it. Looking back, I know what I did next was reckless, but in that moment, all I could think was, it finally came inside. I grabbed my grandfather's .22 rifle and ran outside onto the porch. I fired into the woods, away from the nearby properties, yelling at whatever was out there to get back, to leave us alone, to go away. Chris came out of the bathroom in a towel, hair dripping, and he looked at me like I'd lost my mind. What the fuck are you doing? He shouted. If that's a person, you can kill them. He was right, and the way he said it stayed with me. If that's a person. He didn't say, it's just a person. He said if, like he was thinking the same thing I was thinking, and didn't want to say it out loud. Years passed. I graduated. Vanessa eventually left Chris. I started dating a girl I'll call Nicole. That matters later. One night, near the end of winter, I stepped outside onto the small steps by the sliding glass doors to smoke a cigarette. The snow was thick and clean, reflecting moonlight. The yard looked peaceful for once. Then I heard a sound like a musket going off. A sharp boom that didn't sound like a modern gun. It sounded old. I watched snow explode off the tree line across the yard, as if something large had just hit it or ripped through it. Branches shook. Powdery snow fell in a sheet. I ran inside, and like an idiot, instead of calling the cops, I called Chris. He came over right away. We grabbed rifles and flashlights and went into the woods. We found nothing. No person, no animal, no broken branches that explained the impact. And the part I still think about is that there were no footprints in the snow near where the blast seemed to come from. Not one. The snow was smooth, undisturbed, like whatever made that sound hadn't walked in and hadn't walked out. Chris stayed the night to calm me down, but I couldn't stop replaying it. A few months later, Nicole and I got closer, and I finally told her about all the weird stuff on the property. I expected her to think I was lying or unstable. I expected that look people give you when they're trying to be polite, but they're mentally stepping away. Instead, she listened, and when I was done, she said she didn't think I was crazy at all. Then she said she wanted to see it for herself. I told her it always seemed to show up when there was fire, and she suggested we have her two best friends over for a fire that night on the patio, right in front of the chimney. That night was calm at first. We sat on the patio under the wooden roof, fire glowing inside the chimney, chairs facing the tree line. We laughed and talked, and for a while it felt like a normal hangout. Nicole's friends teased us. Someone told a story. The fire popped. At some point I glanced toward the shed and saw movement at the edge of the woods. It was there. It walked along the tree line from the shed toward the house. Smooth, silent, tall and thin, like it didn't need to hurry. It didn't step into the yard. It stayed right where the darkness met the open space, like it knew exactly how far it needed to go to be seen without being reached. And the weird thing is, I smiled, not because I thought it was funny, because a part of me felt relief. This was it. This was the moment I'd know if I'd been losing my mind for years. If other people saw it, then it was real. It wasn't just my fear, and the woods, and the dark. It reached a point directly in front of us. It turned its head toward us. If you could call it a head, because it was featureless. Then continued walking past the edge of the house and out of view. I didn't say anything. I just turned slowly and looked at Nicole. Her face looked like she'd just watched someone die. She was pale, jaw hanging open, eyes wide and locked in the direction I'd been looking. She looked frozen in place by pure shock. Before I could ask her anything, she shouted, "Nope, that was the last fire we ever had together." A few weeks later, Nicole and I went to a Civil War reenactment at a local state park. It happened every year, and people took it seriously. Uniforms, tents, muskets, the whole thing. While we were there, I wandered through some booths and ended up picking up a book about local history. Not the usual tourist pamphlet. An actual book, dusty and thick, full of stories I'd never heard. I flipped through it and found a section about the native people who lived in the area before the town existed. One story stuck out. It described a tribe that had land in that exact region. One night, French soldiers came down the river and burned a longhouse with everyone inside it. The next page had an old map showing where the native settlement had been and the approximate location of the longhouse. When I looked at that map, my stomach tightened. I recognized the river. It was the same river across the road from my grandfather's property. And the location of the longhouse was basically where we lived. That was the moment everything in my head tried to connect into one shape. I was living on land where people had been massacred. People had been burned alive. And for years, something had watched that property, circling the house, staring in windows, showing itself most often when there was fire. I'd grown up hearing bits and pieces of native folklore in the way people hear things, half remembered, half misused, passed around like campfire stories. But there was a description that kept surfacing in my mind, a thing that isn't human, a thing that watches, a thing tied to hunger and death and cold and the woods. The word that kept coming back to me was Windigo. I know people throw that word around like it's a generic monster, but this felt personal, like the land itself had a memory, and something was still living inside it. And the way all of this ended still feels like a message I don't know how to interpret. A few years later, after I'd failed out of college and moved back in with my grandfather, I was in a rough place. I was drinking more than I should have. I wasn't sleeping right. I was angry and numb at the same time. One day I drank a lot and passed out. We didn't have working fire alarms in that house. I should say that clearly. No functioning alarms. No safety net. If something happened at night, the only warning would be your own instincts. I woke up out of a dead sleep, stone cold sober, with a strange feeling in my body, like something had grabbed my nerves and yanked me awake. I didn't wake up slowly. I sat up like someone had called my name. The air smelled wrong. I walked out of my room and saw my grandfather in the kitchen, fighting a fire on the stove. Flames were climbing up fast, licking at cabinets, throwing orange light across the room. I ran to him and saw he was about to throw water on it. "Don't," I yelled, because even in panic I knew what it was. A grease fire. I grabbed salt and dumped it over the pan. The flames shrank, hissed, and went out. For a second, we just stood there breathing hard, smoke curling around us. Then I looked up and felt my whole body go cold. The inside of the vent fan above the stove was glowing. The fan was still running, pulling smoke and heat into the ventilation. I shouted at my grandfather that we had to leave right now. We ran outside into the cold air. I grabbed the cordless house phone on the way out because my brain was clinging to routines. Call for help. Get help. Do something. Outside, I hit 911. The phone was dead. No dial tone. No connection. Nothing. And then I did something stupid, something that makes my stomach twist even now. I thought about how our neighbors were never home. I thought about how we lived far enough out that yelling wouldn't matter, and I knew exactly where the other phone was inside the house. So I ran back in. The smoke was so thick that visibility dropped to almost nothing. I couldn't see the hallway. I couldn't see the furniture. I could barely see the orange glow of the kitchen through the smoke like a distant fire behind fog. I moved on muscle memory alone, feeling walls, counting steps, turning where I knew the doorway should be. When I reached my room, I grabbed my blanket and shook it like I was trying to find something lost in the dark. I saw a tiny glimmer, light reflecting off a screen, and I caught the phone. I ran back outside and called 911. I barely got the words out before the line went dead again, cut off by the fire. Later, firefighters told us the house was built with plastic ventilation in the stove fan. Even though I'd put out the visible flames, it was too late. The plastic melted. The insulation caught. The fire spread into the structure in a way you couldn't see until it owned the whole place. They told us we had maybe 2 minutes total from the moment I woke up. 2 minutes between living and dying. If I hadn't woken when I did, my grandfather and I would both be dead. We never went back to that property after that day. Not really. Not in the way you go back and feel like something is yours. The place was burned into my mind in a different way. And there's something disturbing about the way it ended. Something I still can't separate from everything that happened before. After years of strange footsteps, window watching, a faceless thing in the woods that came out when there was fire, the final chapter of that house was almost dying in flames. People can tell me it's coincidence. People can tell me trauma makes you connect unrelated dots. People can tell me I'm giving meaning to random horror. But I lived there. I heard what I heard. I saw what I saw. And I know what woke me up that night, because I've never woken up like that before or since. Dead sober, instantly alert, like something had reached into my body and pulled a lever. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that the land was warning me, threatening me, or reminding me. And I can't shake the feeling that it was all connected to the Wendigo. Story 10. I didn't want to write this, not because I'm scared of how it sounds, but because putting it into words feels like admitting something I've been trying not to admit. I'm not the only one. After my last post, I got a message from someone I don't know. No greeting, no name, no hey, I read what you wrote. Just one line. Were you in the flood? I stared at it for a long time, then ignored it. I told myself it was someone messing with me. Someone who recognized the place from details I didn't even realize I included. I told myself it could be anything except what it felt like. Then they messaged again. Do you still feel hungry even after eating? That made my throat go tight, because I hadn't written about that. I hadn't told anyone about that. I hadn't even wanted to think about it, because thinking about it made it worse. But there it was, in plain text, like they had pulled it straight out of my body. So I replied. And the conversation didn't go the way normal conversations go. We didn't talk like strangers making small talk. It felt like comparing symptoms in a doctor's office. Except neither of us wanted to say the diagnosis out loud. They asked me questions quick and direct, like they'd already run through this with themselves 1,000 times. Do you lose time? Do you wake up exhausted? Do you ever feel like your skin doesn't fit right? I answered, and they answered back with their own version. Memory gaps, waking up drained, sudden moments where they could be in the middle of doing something simple, washing dishes, walking to a car, sitting at a table, and then realized they didn't remember the last few minutes. Then they said something that hit me even harder than the hunger question. They said they can't eat normal food anymore. Not really. Cooked food makes them sick. Meat tastes wrong. Anything warm feels like it turns to ash in their mouth. They said they can keep it down sometimes, but it never feels like it fills them, like it never reaches whatever is actually hungry. I sat there reading that with my phone in my hand and felt my stomach twist, because I've been dealing with the exact same thing. I've been forcing myself to eat because I know I have to, because that's what a person does. But half the time I'm nauseated afterward, and the other half I'm still hungry in that deep, uncomfortable way that isn't normal hunger. I hadn't said that to anyone, not a friend, not family, not even in my own head, in a complete sentence. They knew anyway. After that, the questions got stranger. Do you hear knocking? I didn't answer right away because I didn't want to give that one shape. But they followed up. What kind? And they typed it out exactly like this. Tap, 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 tap. The way they wrote it made my skin prickle. It wasn't just the rhythm. It was how familiar it looked on the screen, like my body recognized it faster than my brain did. I didn't respond for a while. Then they said they think something is following them. They said they don't think it's a person. They don't think it's a normal thing. They said it shows up when they feel the hunger get worse, when the gaps start happening, when they can't remember where they put things or why their hands smell like metal. Then they asked if we could meet. I knew I shouldn't. I stared at the message and felt my mind split in two directions. One side screaming, no, absolutely not. Don't be stupid. The other side whispering yes. Because if someone else is experiencing the same thing, maybe it means there's a way out. Maybe it means I'm not losing my mind. Maybe it means there's a reason, an explanation, a pattern. And there was something else too, something I didn't want to admit. Curiosity. A pull. Like when you get close to the edge of something dangerous, and you want to lean just a little farther just to see. So I agreed. We met near the area where the flood happened. That wasn't planned. Not exactly. We didn't choose it like a normal meeting spot. It came up naturally, like it was the only place that made sense. Like neither of us could say the words, "Let's meet here," without both of us already knowing what here meant. The area is still wrong. The water is gone. The ground is dry enough to walk on. But the smell is still there, like the flood never fully left, like it soaked into the earth and decided to stay. There's a dampness in the air even when there shouldn't be. A faint rot that isn't quite rot, more like old river water trapped in walls. They were already there when I arrived, just standing still, facing away from me. For a moment I considered turning around and leaving without saying anything, just walking back to my car and never checking my messages again. But my feet kept moving, slow and cautious, like I was approaching an animal I wasn't sure about. At first, they looked normal. A person in worn clothes, shoulders slightly hunched, hands at their sides. They could have been anybody. Someone waiting for a ride, someone lost, someone smoking. Nothing dramatic. Then they turned, and I felt it immediately. Not fear, not shock. Recognition. They looked like me. Not exactly, not like a twin, but close enough that my brain stumbled. Same tired eyes, same hollow cheeks, same kind of thin face that looks like it's been underfed for months. And behind their expression was the same emptiness I've seen in my own reflection lately. We didn't say hello. No name exchange. No thanks for coming. None of that. The first thing they asked was, "Has it started yet?" I told them it comes and goes, that it gets stronger at night, that sometimes I can feel it building in my chest and throat, like pressure, like I'm about to lose control of my body for a moment, that sometimes I'll stand in my kitchen or hallway and just stop, like something is waiting for me to do something I don't want to do. They nodded like I was reciting a known fact. Then they said, very quietly, "It doesn't stop." I asked what they meant. I wanted them to explain, to define it, to name it, but they didn't. Instead, they looked past me. Not at me, not around me, but through me, like their eyes had gone to something behind my shoulder. Their face tightened slightly, and they asked, "Can you hear it?" I listened. At first I heard nothing but the normal sounds of night. Distant traffic, faint wind, something moving in the trees. Then I heard it. Tap, 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 tap. It wasn't coming from a door, not from a wall, not from anything that made sense. It was just out there, in the dark, in open space. We both turned toward the direction it seemed to come from. There was nothing, no person, no animal, no branch tapping, no loose metal signs swinging. When I looked back at them, they were smiling. And that's when everything stopped feeling normal. It wasn't a nervous smile or a relieved smile. It was too calm, too wide, like a smile someone wears when they know a secret and you don't. They said, "See, it comes for us." Something shifted. Not their body, not at first. Their eyes changed. The empty look deepened, like the lights behind their pupils shut off. It wasn't just tiredness. It wasn't just trauma. It looked like nothing lived behind their gaze at all, like they were being operated from somewhere else. They told me they tried to stop. They said they stayed inside, avoided people, avoided mirrors, avoided water, avoided anything that made them feel the hunger. They said they did everything right. Then they stepped closer to me and said, in a voice so flat it sounded almost bored, that one night they didn't stop. I stepped back without thinking. I didn't ask for details because I didn't need them. I understood exactly what they meant because I felt it too. The moment when the hunger stops being about food. The moment when it starts to feel like an urge, a pull. Something deeper and more animal than anything I've ever admitted about myself. They didn't stop, and they had done something because of it. That's when I noticed the smell. Not rot, not decay. Something fresher than that, which somehow made it worse. Like a metallic raw scent. Like damp earth mixed with blood that hasn't dried yet. Then, I looked at their hands. There was dark grime under their fingernails. Just like mine. The knocking came again. Louder. Tap, 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 tap. And their smile dropped instantly. For the first time, they looked scared. Not of me. Of whatever was behind me. They took a quick step back and whispered, "Not now." Like they'd been interrupted. Like they'd been caught mid-conversation by something that didn't allow interruptions. I turned around fast. Nothing. But I felt it. That pressure. That heaviness. The same presence I'd felt before. At my door. In the water. In the moments where my thoughts didn't feel fully my own. When I turned back, they were already moving away from me. Fast. Like they needed distance more than they needed answers. Before they left, they said, "Don't let it stop you." Then, louder, with something like anger in their voice, they said, "Next time you won't want it to." And then they ran. I didn't follow. I couldn't. Because in that moment, something I'd been avoiding finally settled into place. That feeling in the water, the moment when everything went quiet and right, wasn't just survival. It wasn't just adrenaline. It was me. And whatever that thing is, the one that knocks, it isn't hunting us. It's stopping us. That's the part I can't stop circling back to. Because all this time, I assumed the knocking was a warning, or a threat, or something trying to scare me. But what if it's not trying to scare me? What if it's trying to keep me contained? Like a fence around something dangerous. Like a lock on a door that shouldn't be opened. And if that's true, then I don't know what happens when the knocking stops. I don't know how many times it can stop us. I don't know what happens the first night it doesn't make it in time.